Welcome to Root Film again. So we're going to continue the story from Monday. It's been a really busy week, so I haven't been able to play much this week. I haven't played anything this week until now, since Monday. So let's do it. Root Film. I just want to turn the TV down a little bit. It's a bit loud. Okay, so we're going to continue from where we left off. If we recall, we were in Suano, that's right. So we are investigating the death of two people in this town who were apparently having an affair. Well, not apparently, they were having an affair. But instead of it looking like a self-annihilation through love, we are thinking it might actually be foul play. So I'm just trying to remember what we were actually... We got a log. I think I've just come from the Inari Shrine. Don't know where I'm meant to be going now. I've got a Kuramochi's mention because I'm not sure where we're going now. Okay. I just want to go with log. Oh, there's nobody. There's nobody to be found in the reception room. Oh, right. Alright, the doctor said Kuramochi was resting since he wasn't feeling good. Right, if he's asleep, we shouldn't wake him. Okay, Yagumo gently closes the door. Let's go to the garden, maybe... What's her name's out there still? Yeah, she is. Shiba sweeps the garden with a bamboo broom. You're even sweeping the garden? You do a lot around here, Shiba. Well, yeah. Since the police trampled over things, I've got to clean up after them. I really want to clean inside the house too, but I don't want to make too much noise. Oh, right. Kuramochi's not feeling well, huh? I'm worried Kuramochi's going to be taken out himself. Right. He's resting inside, so I don't want to make too much noise. We'll be careful too. Yes. Please do. Onegaishimasu? That's not please do.
Onegaishimasu, please.
Okay.
There's two pleases. There's kudasai, you're referring to something, or onegaishimasu, if it's like, if I asked you if you wanted a bag, and you'd say, yes please, hi, onegaishimasu, yes please.
Okay. So this is where the body was. Once again, they enter Mrs. Kuramochi's room. The police confiscated the detergent and letter, but otherwise it's the same as it was on the day of the incident. So I'm just going to review the evidence that we've got here. The skylight window is open slightly. It's not big enough for an intruder to get in, huh? Other than the aluminium powder on the floor left by the police, there's no visible difference. The police took the paper, so other than that, there's nothing overtly suspicious here. This window faces the hallway. I love how in the Japanese architecture they've got windows inside the house. Because when I made, oh, can you please do my videos tonight? My house flipper tours. Even when I made the Grudge house, there was a window inside in the bedroom which overlooked the landing. It overlooked the front door. This window is completely fixed in place, doesn't look like it slides open or anything. It's a funny looking rocking chair, it's flat. The rocking chair where Mrs. Kuramochi sat. Just looking at the chair brings back memories of how Mrs. Kuramochi died that day. Okay. I don't know where we're meant to be going. And then Koromochi's kitchen, it just has the rubbish, which Shiba wants to get rid of, but doesn't want to go inside the house. So we were at Inari Shrine. That's where we were. The detectives aren't at the shrine ground. So I think the last thing I did was speak to the detectives. And they told me some stuff. They must be investigating elsewhere. I'd like to talk to them, but I'm sure they'd give me an earful. Well, Hitoha got us info about the investigation, so I guess we're good for now. I don't remember what that info was. I'm going to go to the second Suwano streets. I'm going to go to the second crime scene. Ito's house has gotten quiet and devoid of human presence. Nobody's around. Should we try ringing the bell? His brother Sakio might be in there. Yagumo tries ringing the bell several times. No matter how long they wait, there's no sign of anyone coming out. Okay, let's go to Washihara Hachimangu Shrine. Let's try that one. We've got enough material here, so we don't have any particular business here. We've got a lot of interesting locations, though, so I definitely want to include it in the scenario. The incident was a big distraction, but for once, Yagumo remembers to think of plot ideas. Okay, so we've done... Let's try Yasuka Shrine. Tokima's at Yakasa Shrine. He's slowly moving around the main building, perhaps shooting footage with his camera. Doing camera work today, Tokima? Yeah, well, Ito is my writer, and he's busy dealing with his brother's death. So I'm doing the cameraman work for now. Does Ito normally do it? Yeah, he's more skilled than I am. Look. Tokima rummages through his shoulder bag. Eventually he pulls out a magazine. Here's an article from last month's issue. He opens up a certain page and shows it to Studio Yagumo. The writer credit does indeed say Sakio Ito. Right. He did all the writing and photography for the article. Live the legend of Ura in Kibi. This photo of Ki Castle has such a dynamic composition, doesn't it? Sure does. What do you think, Kanade? Good. Kanade gives Magari a deep nod in agreement. Though he uses a different medium as a cameraman, Kanade can vouch for Sakio Ito's skill. He's got a few people problems, but with his skill, I can see why he's valued as a writer. Right, let's go to Yoshinoya. Once they're back at Yoshinoya, Yagumo quickly instructs Kanade. Kanade, can you make a backup of all the footage you filmed so far? Okay. While waiting, can I take a shower? I feel all sweaty and gross. Oh, me too. We've worked up such a sweat. My feet are so swollen too. I'm pretty sure we've had this. Your feet look the same size to me. Shut up. Magari and Hitoha get up. Everyone rests and relaxes as they wait for the backup to complete. Okay, that just took me. Let's go to the rice stall. Alright, Ito's house is behind here, isn't it? Maybe the owner can tell me something about Saya Ito. With that thought in mind, Yagumo turns to the owner. Oh yes, they were thinking that potentially they swapped as twins because the Ito brothers are twins, and that the other one wasn't having an affair with the one with the other. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Excuse me, were you close to the late Saya Ito? Me? Not really. He wasn't exactly sociable. If you want to find out more about him, why don't you try asking Fundoya? We often bought incense there, apparently. Fundoya? Oh, you mean Fundoya Shichimon Mercantile House? Yes, exactly. That's the place. You know about that place, Magari? It's a Tsuwano tourist attraction. I put it on the list for location scouting, but forgot about it due to the whole mess. I see. Perfect. Let's go visit that shop then. Roger. I'll go make an appointment. Magari immediately makes a call as they leave Yoshinaga rice store. Where is it? Fundoya Shichimon. What a nice house. That is beautiful. I want to make one in House Flipper. As Studio Yagumo arrives for their appointment, a well-mannered couple greets them. Once inside the tatami room, the visitors stare in wonder at the historic atmosphere. This house is built in Kai 6, 1853. Its residents have taken good care of it since. You often see old houses used for farms, but it's rare to see one used as a mercantile house. True. And as a result, we've been designated as a tangible cultural property. That's amazing. Is it okay for us to be here? Please don't worry. In fact, we offer guests tea ceremonies with a garden view here. Tea ceremonies? Indeed. Tea culture is quite developed here since Tsuwano promoted tea in the Edo period. This place seems so historic. I'm losing my sense of time. I know, right? Hey, why you gotta... Care to see something interesting? The husband pulls out an account book from a chest with Hell Record handwritten on the cover. Hell Record? It's an old artifact, the likes of which Yagumo had only seen in period dramas and Edo artwork. Hell Record? That's kind of a scary name. Yeah, because it's Shoujo Jingoku Shoujo is Helgo. Something like that. It's an old record of loan debts, so it certainly was scary to the borrowers. And with that, he flips through the account book. As Yagumo looks on in great curiosity, he notices some familiar words. Does that say Kuramochi? Yes. They owned lots of land in the Edo period, so they must have had some business transaction. So they were that influential back then. Yeah, even 2 generations ago, in the Showa area, they owned the mountain forest behind their house. 2 generations ago. So what about now? Oh, well, don't know. The owner gives a vague answer. He probably doesn't want to divulge someone else's financial status, so Yagumo doesn't press him. Excuse me, there is something I'd like to ask. What is it? It's about the recently departed Seiya Ito. He was a suicide victim in a small town. It's only natural the whole town would know. When his name comes up, pity fills the couple's faces. Poor lad. He was so young. He would often purchase incense from us. Quite a serious fellow, that one. Incense? Yes. Severe asthma gave him many sleepless nights, so he used sleep-enhancing incense. So, very interestingly, if anyone can remember, at the beginning of this chapter, during the festival, when it started, the crane dance festival, the Heian or Heiha, whatever it's called, the festival. But there was that when we were being tour guided by the Chimoto, or whatever his name is, the guy whose wife passed. He shooed off a guy in a mask who was coughing because my character wanted to sneeze, and he still felt like, oh, thank goodness the guy coughing took his attention away from him trying to sneeze. I think that was him. He was alive during the festival. There we go. Here's the information. Seiya bought sleep incense for his severe asthma. Asthma. Was it that bad? Yes. He would have attacks so bad, it was painful to watch. I see. The accessory peddler did say the man thought to be Seiya Ito wore a mask. Was it for asthma? Or was it to conceal his face and hide a switcheroo? To think two people would die of strange causes on the same day. What's going on? Indeed. Taikodani Inari seems mad too. What about Takodani Inari? Oh, nothing. Okay, I've exhausted the dialogue here. Okay, let's exit. There's nothing else to do here. Taikodani Inari Shrine. We're going back there. Seeing as it was mentioned. The detectives aren't at the shrine today. They must be investigating elsewhere. I'd like to talk to them, but I'm sure they're giving me... Why can't I go talk to them? Why can't I investigate? Is there anything else to do here? Upon visiting Fundoya Shichiemon Mercantile House, they are welcomed even without an appointment. Reclaim the lead in Knitted Night Challenge. What the hell's that? Welcomed even without an appointment. I've exhausted his dialogue and that's all I've got, so I'm just going to go back out again. Okay, let's go to Tsuno Station. Seeing as it's one place we haven't checked out. Director, do we have business here? I wanted to double check that switcheroo theory, so I thought I'd ask the accessory guy. Switcheroo theory? You mean how I said it could have been Sakio Ito who went out with Miss Kuromochi? I know I said it, but it's just a fun theory. I don't think it's actually right. Everything's possible. Narrow down possibilities and eventually you'll reveal the truth. We take our eyes off him for a second and he started to look real feminine. No, that woman's just a different person from the guy the other day. As they talk to each other in front of the stall, the shopkeeper cheerfully calls out to them. What's up? What you talking about? We bought accessories the other day and wanted to see the shopkeeper who was here. Oh, him? He went out for lunch. He'll probably be back once he's done with his lunch break. What did you need him for? If it's returns or complaints, please refrain. No, there's just something we wanted to ask him about. Huh, I see. In that case, just come back later. I'll tell him you were looking for him. Yeah, will do. Tokima is at Yasaka Shrine, peering into the LCD monitor of his digital camera. Tokima, are you checking out your photos? Yeah, I'm checking what I just shot, but... Is there a problem? Are we walking around? Is that why we've got the sound in the background? Is there a problem? Nah, it's just that my shots seem a bit lacking compared to Ito's. I don't know what's off. Oh, then would you like some advice from Kanade? A video and still photography may differ, but there's got to be at least some overlap in know-how. Oh, yes, please. That'd be a big help. For a while, Studio Yagamo, mostly Kanade, gives Tokima some photography advice. Is that all I can do then? Let's go to Taikodani. Maybe there's something happening there now. No. Let's try Hachimangu. Got enough material. Okay, so those guys are out of the game for now. Go back to Kuromochi Mansion. I don't know if there's anything different happening there. Yeah, she's sleeping still. Still exhausted. Her dialogue. Let's go into the kitchen. There's nobody in the kitchen, just the result of Shiba's fruitless struggle against the trash. Is it going to be like this until trash day? I feel anxious thinking about this trash being left out in the seasonal heat. There's a putrid smell spreading already, causing Yagamo to run away from the kitchen. I don't think there's anything in the mansion. No, same as before. Nothing happens when I ring the bell. Let's go see if Yoshinaga's got anything for us again. Yagamo relaxes as they visit Yoshinaga rice store. Magari and Hitoha return after perusing the goods at the storefront. Director, they sell a drink I've never heard of. What is it? Some sort of bottled juice called Plussie. You ever heard of it, Director? Plussie? I'd say I have. Is it a local drink? Oh, that. The owner cuts in, seemingly having heard the three's conversation. It's not local. It's sold nationwide. Plussie is a staple of old rice stores. Why do rice stores sell juice? It's originally sold by a pharmaceutical company who didn't have the supply chain to sell at retail, so they ended up selling primarily at rice stores. That's some odd juice. Interesting. Why don't we try some? Sounds good. Let's all drink it together. Where's your cold? Like you want another one? They each buy a bottle of Plussie and taste it for the first time.
Plussie.
That was all that was there. Let's go to Tsuano Station, see if that guy's back yet. Is Accessory Peddler store open today? There he is. Yo, man. Come to buy something again? No, I just wanted to ask a bit more about the couple you told us about yesterday. Huh? More? But like, as I said yesterday, that was like half a year ago, man. You said the man was wearing a mask, right? Yeah, that I do remember. No doubt about it. So, did he have any sort of obvious symptoms? Like an asthma attack? All right. He did have a coughing fit. I remember now, like I totally do, man. Really? His back, like, hunched over from the pain, dude. The woman tried comforting him. Donk. That probably was like an asthma attack, huh? I know asthmatics who, like, suffer the same way. Like. I see. Okay, thanks. That clears one thing up. Thank you so much. Huh? That's like it? Yeah, probably. Studio Yagumo steps aside from the stall and huddles up for a discussion. Definitely seems like it was Saya who was dating Mrs. Kuromochi. Sakio is not asthmatic after all. Well, even if there was a switcheroo, I doubt he'd take his acting that far. What's wrong, director? Wait. Coughing fit. Why does that seem familiar? What was it? I can't remember. Yagumo scratches his head as he tries tugging at the tangled threads of memories inside. As the others look on in concern, his brain flashes back to events leading up to today. Ito has radio calisthenics. The scuffle between Sakio, Ito and Kuromochi. The discovery of Mrs. Kuromochi's body. And finally, there he is. See, back then. Yagumo suddenly shouts and pops open in his eyes. Whoa, don't shock me like that! What's wrong, director? The Hoshiai Festival. When we were shooting at the Hoshiai Festival. Shooting? You mean shooting? We were filming in front of Yoshinaga Rice Store, and there was a guy who was coughing, remember? Ah, Kuromochi gave him a warning. Yeah, him. That was Saya Ito, wasn't it? If so, then maybe Kuromochi wasn't just warning him about his coughing. You mean... Kanade. Did you catch that incident on film? Great. Let's go to the inn and check the footage. Yagumo impatiently leads his studio to the inn. Impatiently. Back at Yoshinoya, Studio Yagumo checks the Heron's dance footage in the parked van. Since the files have already been split, they easily find the scene in question. How is it? You're right, director. Look. The guy Kuromochi's talking to looks just like Sakio, but with a mask and different hair. At this time, Kuromochi's definitely talked to Saya Ito. Kuromochi talked with Saya Ito on the day of the Hoshiai Festival. So that really was Saya Ito. Huh? His estimated time of death between 4 and 6 p.m. But this footage was filmed at 4:50 p.m., so he had to have died after that. Yeah. So right before he died, he talked with Kuromochi. What did they talk about? What's he giving him? He's giving him something. See, there's something in his hand. Damn it. Only we could hear their conversation. Is there any... I know. So shit. Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything you can do about that, Magari? No way. Not with the shotgun mic pointed away and at a distance, and with them whispering like that? Okay. Guess it's time to bring out the big guns. It's time to show off your special skill. Lip reading. Go! Yeah. Roger that. Magari presses the replay bar and seriously stares at the screen. Tension fills the van. That ain't no special skill of mine. Figures. Okay. I know I joined in on the joke, but please don't be ridiculous. Sorry. Magari and Yagumo's shoulders slump. Beside them, Hitoha suddenly leans in and points at the screen. Was it right there? What's wrong? I noticed something curious. Look. Look at Kuromochi's hand. Is he holding something? You're right. It looks like he's showing it to Seiya Ito. Reacting to what they said, Magari zooms in on Kuromochi's hand. 2 times, 3 times. Everyone gasps. That looks exactly like the accessory Mrs. Kuromochi was wearing. Kuromochi had Akari's accessory when he talked to Seiya Ito. Put them up side by side and look! She lined up the printed picture of Mrs. Kuromochi's accessory next to the screen. Side by side, the similarity is all too clear. Kuromochi's got the accessory his wife got from Seiya Ito and he's shoving it in the man's face. Is he telling him, I know you two are cheating? Even if he is, the accessories from that shop are all handmade and one of a kind, remember? So how did Kuromochi have it at this time when it was on his wife's body when she died? Well, maybe he gently put it back on her neck when he discovered her body. That would mean Shiba's complicit. They both went to her room at the same time. Doesn't look like the type to be complicit in a case like that, you know? Right. Yagumo and Magari furrow their eyebrows as they ponder this new, inexplicable truth. Hitoha then raises her hand. May I share my opinion? Go ahead, Hitoha. Okay, well, I've got a theory, and it might have something to do with Kuromochi's finger rash. How so? Someone I know has this hobby, you see. I see. That's certainly a possibility. I'd like to get some more proof, but Dr. Hatoya said he figured out what it was, so we've got no choice but to ask him. But I don't think he'll divulge private patient information. Normally he wouldn't, but if my hunch is correct, he's got a weakness we can use to make him talk. A weakness? Yes. So just abuse that weakness, then... Ugh, that's not a good look on your face. That's a bit scary. He's the hero, that's right. Yeah. Studio Yagumo walks to Hatoya Clinic. Thanks to the map Magari put on her phone before the incident, they easily find the cozy clinic. You're all here together. Is someone feeling bad? Oh, no, doctor. I just wanted to ask something relating to Mrs. Kuramochi and Seiya Ito's deaths. As soon as Yagumo says that, Hatoya looks clearly on guard. That excess caution is enough to convince Yagumo about Hatoya's weakness. And? What might that be? I don't think there's much I can answer. Well, I asked earlier about Kuramochi's finger rash. That's some sort of allergy, right? Oh, that. Sorry, but as mentioned, I can't answer that due to confidentiality compliance. It'd be a different story if you were with the police, though. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. In that case, I'm sorry, but you leave me no choice. Dr. Hatoya, are you sure you can't tell us? I'm sorry, but as doctor, there are rules I simply must uphold. Rules you must uphold as a doctor, huh? Well, yeah, doctors have a strict ethical code. Medical practitioners have long upheld the Hippocratic Oath, or so I hear. You're well informed, so you know it says whatever I see or hear in the lives of my patients I will keep secret, correct? I wish to uphold that part. I see. I do vaguely remember that line, but I also remember this one. I will not give a lethal drug to anyone if asked, nor will I advise such a plan. As soon as Yagumo firmly recites that line, Dr. Hatoya quickly turns pale. Noticing that change, Yagumo carefully chooses his next words as he moves in for the checkmate. Let me say that one more time. I will not give a lethal drug to anyone if asked, nor will I advise such a plan. You do uphold that part as well, correct? Of course. What are you trying to imply? Well, you see, it's got a little something to do with Mrs. Kuramochi's death. Mrs. Kuramochi's autopsy found sleep medication. Mrs. Kuramochi's autopsy found sleep medication, and it was prescription strength too. In a small town like this, I figure this clinic is the only place to get something like that. Well, the detectives already asked about that, but I already told them I don't know. Why would I even have a reason to prescribe something like that to Akari? I don't know. I can see you giving her a prescription if she asks. After all, why would that be a response? The pond draws water from the apple ducts. Hatoya liked Akari Kuramochi. You liked her back when she was your classmate in high school, didn't you? What? Who told you that? Hatoya starts trembling at Yagumo's words. Seeing that as a sign to spring into action, Yagumo keeps talking without answering Hatoya. I understand, even as an adult, you still have feelings for her, right? Someone like that begged for a prescription. I wouldn't blame you for giving it to her. Hey, cut it out! I told the police I didn't prescribe it to her. Are you accusing me of false testimony? No, I'm not. As far as I can tell, you're an upstanding citizen. I don't think you'd lie to the police. What? Really? Really? But do I think you lied? No. Do I think you failed to tell the truth? Possibly. If they don't ask and you don't tell, it's no lie, and it's nothing to feel guilty about either. What are you implying? You didn't hand over the sleep meds to Mrs. Kuramochi. That part's probably not a lie. But what if you gave the meds to someone else, and that someone else handed it off to her? In other words, you gave them to Seiya Ito because of his asthma. His asthma was so bad he couldn't sleep. You prescribed the sleep meds to him, didn't you? When you heard Mrs. Kuramochi's autopsy results from the detectives, you immediately realized the sleep meds were what you prescribed Seiya Ito. You feared you contributed to her death, so you conveniently failed to mention that fact to the detectives, didn't you? Hatoya droops his shoulders and hangs his head as he slowly murmurs, "Yes, exactly. After a month ago, he said he couldn't sleep, so I prescribed him nitrazepam. I never thought that it would be used in Akari's suicide. I knew it would be used like that. I never would have prescribed it. Never." With his head down, Yagumo gently steps up to Hatoha. He places his hand on Hatoya's shoulder and smiles as he completely changes his tone. "Dr. Hatoya, there is no need to worry. You just happened to prescribe the sleep meds. They would have died with or without them. It wasn't your fault, Doctor. Not one bit." You think so? Yeah, but we need to reveal the truth of this case, for Akari's sake, and we need your help, Doctor. So, can you tell us about Kuramochi's allergy? Okay. As if hypnotized by Yagumo's gentle tone of voice, Hatoya finally speaks up. Kuramochi's finger rash was a resin allergy. Yagumo and Hitoha exchange glances. They remain silent as Hatoya continues. "When I was examining him here, I just couldn't figure it out. I knew it wasn't a bug sting, but an allergy. But to what? It's hard to tell on symptoms alone. So how did you figure it out?" "I consulted Kuramochi's personal dentist to see if he knew anything. Apparently he had an allergy patch test to prepare for an earlier surgery. Turns out he has a resin allergy." Maybe that necklace wasn't the real necklace, but a mold of one. Resin allergy. Yeah, they use resin in some dental surgeries. I see. And there's no doubt about it. Oh, thank you so much for the info. It's a big help. No problem, but how is it related to the case? You'll find out soon enough. Now, if you'll excuse us. Dr. Hatoya looks confused as Studio Yagumo leaves the clinic. Out on the street, Yagumo stretches wide and takes a deep breath. Somehow, we managed to get some info out of him. Now we have proof to back up your theory, Hitoha. Well done. What's wrong? Oh, well, I was just a bit shocked. Aine told me how you get when you cross-examine someone, but that was my first time seeing it. Well, I can't blame you. It's kind of intimidating, huh? Even if they haven't done anything wrong, she really pours on the questions. Poor things. Hey, well, that's just a technique, so to confuse them into revealing the truth. And I mean, got the info we wanted. Yeah, but after you ran him down with questions, you asked one last gentle question, like a demon. Oh, shut up. I'm not a police officer. And I'm no superhero either, so what does it matter? Well, someone's getting mad. Anyway, we've got some info, some useful info. Now we just need to fit in the last puzzle piece. The last puzzle piece? What's that exactly? Yagumo grins at the girl's questions. The UFO, that's what. Wait, so you didn't believe in that? Well, I just realized that the most important key to the case was the UFO. Let's check it out now. Ignoring the girl's dumbfounded looks, Yagumo triumphantly marches away. Back at Yoshinoya, they check the footage in the van. So, where is this UFO? Hang on just a second. There. See? Right there. You're right. It really is a UFO. On screen is footage from when the Heron's dance was dedicated at Yasaka Shrine, shot by Kanade. Black spot clearly cuts through the sky from the left of the frame, swaying up and down. Wow, I can't see it as anything but a UFO. You are right, Aine. I know, right? There's no way it's a bird or a bug. Magari, can you zoom in? I try, but it's too far away. It just becomes a blurry blob of dots. See, well, that's fine. More importantly, Kanade. I want to know where this thing came from and where it went. Know where the camera was pointed? Magari catches on to what Yagumo is getting at and brings up a map of Tsuano. Kanade and Magari talk things out before coming to an agreement and drawing a red line on the map. It's a bit hard to tell how far away the UFO was, but as far as direction go, it's gotta be this. Whoa. Upon seeing the red line on the map, both Yagumo and Hitoha gasp in surprise. The line clearly connects to the area by Kuramochi's to Taikodani Inari Shrine. It flew from Kuramochi's mansion towards Taikodani Inari. What does that mean? Guess we'll have to go find out ourselves.
こうなったら確認しないといけないな。
It's weird.
一旦解散するが、
Let's split up for now, but reconvene in my room at
俺の
midnight,
部屋へ
okay?
また集合してくれるか。
深夜0時
Midnight?
いいですけど
Okay, but
何
what
をするん
for?
ですか
Yagamo grins at the girl's confusion.
UFO と
We're going on a UFO and a will-o-wisp hunt. Yay, we're on the solution now. The next morning, Studio Yagamo gathers in the inn lobby after they've finished
い
preparing.
よいよ犯人を追い詰めるん
We
ですね
finally... Why do you keep cutting Kana? He's got no face. We're finally gonna corner the culprit, huh?
ああ、
Yeah?
すべての
We'll
真相
reveal
を
the
明らか
whole
にして
truth and cinch up our
すっきりと
Tsuano
ツアノの
location
品を
scouting.
締めくくるんだ。マガリ、奏も準備はいいか。
You guys ready too?
バッチリっす
Sure am. Mhm.
よし、それじゃ行こう。
Okay, then let's go. After everyone nods, they march off to Kuromochi's mansion. The reveal. Dun dun dun. In the garden, they meet up with the concerned parties they had already contacted ahead of time. Kenzaburo Kuromochi and Wakako Shiba. Slightly disgruntled Sakio Ito and Tokima standing a slight distance away. And the almost comedical, pouty detective duo Misawa and Kaishino. All eyes fall on Studio Yagamo as they enter, and Misawa immediately gets down to business. Hey, we came just like you asked, but what the hell is this? You've gathered everyone connected to the case. What are you scheming? Sorry to call you here so early, folks. You see, we've solved all this case's mysteries, so I'd like you all to hear our solution.
それを皆さんに聞いていただこうと思ってます。
はあ？なんだそりゃ。
What? You want to pull off a culprit reveal scene straight from a detective show or something? I've seen that stuff in TV dramas and manga. This is my first time seeing it in real life. Can't believe I get to witness one in person. Don't admire them. It'd be a total disaster if replicated in real life. I'm totally serious here, so stick with me until the end, okay? Hey, you can't just say that and expect me to. He must have sensed something in Yagumo's serious expression. Realizing the detectives are willing to listen, Yagumo once again starts to talk. As you all know, we're a film studio that came to this area for location scouting. We've reviewed all the footage, we filmed, and all the information we've gained. As a result, we've come to the conclusion that Mrs. Kuromochi and Seiya Ito's deaths were not the result of a lover-suicide. In other words, it was murder. The sudden truth bomb has everyone stirring. They all exchange glances. Without waiting for the commotion to subside, Yagumo calmly continues. Seiya Ito secretly talked with Mrs. Kuromochi via letters placed in capsule toys and sent floating into Kuromochi's pond through the aqueduct. Several capsules with the air holes filled were retrieved from Mrs. Kuromochi's trash. In other words, behind Kuromochi's back, his wife and Ito were seeing each other, though I'm unsure how deep their relationship was. And their secret talks were going by swimmingly. That is, until someone caught on and abused their secret method in order to quickly drive them to their deaths. At a certain point, this someone intercepted the capsules and manipulated the recipients by switching out the letters. Gradually, This someone drove them up the wall and got them to agree to a lover's suicide. Hold it. What's up? That just sounds like baseless speculation. Well, I don't have definitive proof, but this speculation does have a basis. Oh, and that is? The capsules retrieved from your wife's room only had her fingerprints on them. Isn't it right, Detective Misawa? Seemingly frustrated at the reminder that Keishino leaked that information, Misawa nods. There you have it. Why would capsules sent by Seiya Ito not have his fingerprints on them? There's no reason he'd go through the trouble of wiping off his own fingerprints. So in other words, someone else made sure to leave no fingerprints in order to hide their identity. Speaking of their identity, in order to intercept the capsules from the pond before Mrs. Kuromochi, they'd have to be someone on mansion premises. It's Shiba. I'm telling you now, it's Shiba. In other words, Yagumo pauses and turns his gaze towards Kuromochi and Shiba. When Shiba notices Yagumo's gaze, she frantically shakes her head. Yeah, I know it's not you, Shiba. You don't come here early in the morning. Which means... Yagumo stops talking once he says that much. At that moment, all eyes in the garden fall on Kuromochi. Why are you looking at me? The whole capsule thing is just a theory he came up with. Actually, Kuromochi, we've got proof you drove one of the victims, Seiya Ito, towards his death. Though it's unrelated to the capsules. You what? The proof is, when Hoshiai is dedicated to Yasuka was written on the scrap of paper, Mrs. Kuromochi is banned from smartphone use. Kuromochi talked with Seiya Ito on the day of the Hoshiai festival. This video, here, take a look. With that signal, Magari opens her laptop and plays back the video file. In the video, Kuromochi and Ito are seen talking at Yoshinaga rice stall during the Heron's dance. This video was taken the day of the Heron's dance, July 20th at 4:50 p.m., just before Seiya Ito's death. What? Seriously? Kuromochi, you told him something, didn't you? Or should I say, you interrogated him? Any comment? Well... He's coughing. Right, he's coughing. You remember, don't you? He was interrupting the solemnity of the dance with his coughing. So I... Yeah, you warned him about his coughing. Exactly. You saw how he was bothering the tourists, didn't you? Sounds like a reasonable argument at first. But there's one small oddity that ruins it. What's that? It's the fact that... Look at what's in your hand in the scene. Now what might that be? Caught off guard, Kuromochi falls silent and goes stiff. Yagumo gives him a sidelong glance as he talks to the detectives. Detectives, does the thing Kuromochi is holding look familiar to you at all? It's the necklace Mrs. Kuromochi was wearing. The pendant looks exactly the same. Yeah, it's exactly like the item we confiscated, but why is it there? Right. If he was just warning him about coughing, why would he need to show him that? More importantly, why did he have the accessory that his wife supposedly wore when she died? It just happens to be the same type of necklace. I checked with the guy who sold the necklace. It's one of a kind. There's no others like it. That is, unless you try to reproduce it. Reproduce it? Easier said than done. No, I'm pretty sure it's not that hard, right, Hitoha? Right. My friend makes accessories as a hobby. And nowadays there is a material called UV resin that quickly hardens under ultraviolet light. For a relatively smooth object like this, you can go from mold making to finished product in less than an hour. How am I supposed to know that? You really expect me to know? Come on, Kuromochi, don't play dumb. As Kuromochi struggles in vain, Yagamo gets in his face and grabs the man's hand. Then how do you explain the rash on your fingertips? This rash is from a resin allergy. In other words, it's from when you used UV resin to reproduce your wife's necklace. Truth revealed. Kuromochi hangs his head. Yagamo lets go of his hand and turns towards the detectives. I heard that Seiya Ito was the worrying type. Kuromochi's plan was probably to give him fake letters from his wife, draw him to Yasuka Shrine during the Heron's Dance, and drive him to suicide. But right before that, Seiya Ito had wandered out of his house to see the Heron's Dance, unsure of his decision to die. So Kuromochi showed him his wife's accessory, which he prepared earlier to drive him to death. My wife just died, leaving a letter saying she was committing a lover's suicide with you. How dare you show your face here alive? Kuromochi probably said something like that. Driven over the edge, Seiya went back home and hanged himself. See, that's why his time of death was later than scheduled in the letter, 2 p.m., when the Heron's Dance was dedicated at Yasuka Shrine. Exactly. So even if he's guilty, it's only for aiding and abetting a suicide. Kuromochi looks up when he hears Misawa's words. Right, exactly. Let me guess. Who cares? My crime is only aiding and abetting, not a major crime. That's exactly it. As Kuromochi laughs madly, Yagamo slowly shakes his head. Sorry to burst your bubble, Kuromochi, but you're not getting off that easily. We're just talking about Seiya Ito here. We haven't even touched your wife's death. Hers wasn't suicide but a murder. That's what you suspect, right, detectives? murder? If it was lover's suicide, then wouldn't it have been a suicide for her too? You two have noticed the discrepancy too, right? If it was a suicide by chlorine gas, why would she also take sleeping medication? Well, of course. Just like Seiya, Mrs. Kuromochi also got the fake letter calling for a lover's suicide. But somehow, she wasn't quite convinced, which is why Kuromochi had to resort to murder. Isn't that right, Kuromochi? Murder? I don't know what you're talking about. Besides, I was with you the whole day, remember? Hey, it's entirely possible. If you had an accomplice, isn't that right? Say, Sakyo? Now all eyes fall on Sakyo Ito. But he doesn't show any reaction in particular. He remains silent with his arms crossed. Sakyo, you're the one who killed her, aren't you? I don't understand. I was with Tokima at Taikodani Inari Shrine all day until evening. How could I have done it? Yeah, that's right. He was with me all day. I can vouch for his alibi. I see. Well, there's no reason for you to lie, Tokima, so I can trust you there. Funny you should mention Taikodani Inari Shrine. Great Inari works miracles and punishes evil, which is why he showed us a miraculous sign. What? You better stop screwing around before I get pissed off. I'm not screwing around. The miraculous sign was... There was a UFO. Huh? On the day Mrs. Kuromochi and Seiya died, we filmed the UFO flying to Taikodani Inari Shrine. Are you high on something? You're a little old to believe in UFOs. How would a UFO even be a miraculous sign from Inari? You're right. It was the will-o-wisp then. He seems more exasperated than mad when he'd point out Inari's miraculous sign. A will-o-wisp. It's been the talk of the town. The night Mrs. Kuromochi died, a will-o-wisp floated in Taikodani Shrine, Inari Shrine Torii corridor. Hold on, Yagumo. This isn't the time to joke. A will-o-wisp? No, it's no joke. Look, Ito suddenly went pale at the mere mention of it. Tokima turns to the flustered Ito. Just as Yagumo said, smug Ito had suddenly gone pale, with sweat oozing from his forehead. Hey Ito, funny story about that will-o-wisp. They showed up last night in the same place. Not just one, but 2 or 3 of them. No, you look real surprised now. You must be a real occult fanatic, huh? You bastard. Okay, time for another occult story. UFO. Come on now, what kind of nonsense is this? Will-o-wisps and UFOs? Sorry, but I'm serious. Right around the time Mrs. Kuromochi died, we caught a UFO clearly on film. And it was flying from Kuromochi Mansion towards Taikodani Inari Shrine. You mean it wasn't a UFO, but... Exactly. It wasn't a UFO, but a drone. Ito, you've been using a drone to shoot material this whole time, haven't you? Tokima showed us your articles. Your photos are taken from angles that should be impossible from the ground. So what? You're saying it's wrong to use drones? I'm not saying you're wrong to use drones. I'm saying you use drones for wrongdoing. You can get a clear view of Kuromochi's mansion all the way from Taikodani Inari Shrine, where you murdered Mrs. Kuromochi with a drone. Kuromochi put his wife to sleep with the meds, filled the metal basin with bleach, and then set the acidic detergent bottle upright inside it. He tied the bottle to something like a piano wire and fastened the other end to a drone outside. With the correct timing, you can control the drone to pull the piano wire, knocking over the bottle and creating chlorine gas. In Mrs. Kuromochi's room, there was a single skylight window cracked open. That's where the piano string fed through. It was probably Kuromochi who set that up. There's a blind spot in the Torii corridor outside the pillars where tourists can't see you. You hid there a few minutes to fly the drone, tricking Tokima to think it was a bathroom break. Nonsense. What proof do you have that I flew a drone? I said the will-o-wisp was a sign, remember? It's a sign that will reveal our culprit. The wind was so strong that day you lost control of the drone. When you lost control of the drone, the wind blew it up on top of the Torii. Wary of onlookers, you gave up daytime retrieval and came alone at night. In other words, the will-o-wisp seen in the night of the incident was your phone light as you climbed up the Torii to look for the drone. You have no proof it was mine. Remember what I said? More will-o-wisps appeared last night too? Those were our lights. We investigated the Torii corridor late at night. In other words, Yagumo takes some sort of machine part out of a plastic bag in his pocket. Look what we found here. A piece of the drone that broke off upon landing. Bet you missed it since you looked late at night, and it should have your fingerprints all over it. Sakyo howls as he grabs at Yagumo. But before he can lay a hand on him, he's quickly detained by Misawa and Keishino. Let me go, damn it! Sakyo struggles until he realizes he can't shake off the detectives and falls to his knees. Yagumo slowly walks up to him and speaks up. You and Kuromochi conspired in this case. An odd sort of exchange murder, should we say. Kuromochi has an understandable motive, but what drove you to help kill your own brother? Because we're twins. Because you're twins? Yeah. Because we're twins. You know about twin telepathy, right? Twins can feel each other's senses from far away. It sounds pretty occult, but it's real. He was always such a gloomy bastard. Each time he'd get depressed, so would I. Whenever he had an asthma attack, I'd nearly suffocate too. It happened ever since we were kids. It was so depressing. It made me want to kill him. I see. Let me ask you one more question. Seiya and Mrs. Kuromochi were supposed to die at 3, but Seiya ended up dying later than planned. How did you make sure Mrs. Kuromochi's death would still coincide with Seiya's? Oh, that, huh? What did I just say? Twin telepathy? As soon as he died, I knew. Finally, he was dead. Flew the drone as soon as I felt that. It wasn't until he died that I finally felt alive. Yeah, it was pure ecstasy. Get a load of this guy. Okay, on your feet. Ito laughs maniacally as Kuromochi stares blankly. Keishino and some backup officers take them away. As Studio Yagumo silently watches, Misawa speaks, leaving his subordinate to do the dirty work. Hey. Oh, Misawa. We'll let the police handle the rest. Thanks, but something still bothers me. Is there something we missed? No, in fact, it's something you should have missed. How'd you have all those images you used as evidence when we confiscated your films? Crap. Let's have a long chat at the station, shall we? Let's run, Hitoha. Guys. Okay. See you later. Later. Hey, hold it right there. Studio Yagumo ignores Misawa and runs. Hey, I'll let you off the hook this time, but never again. As Misawa shouts from behind, Studio Yagumo continue to run. So, with that out of the way... Hello, Tagusaku!
Yay! Yahoo! Sue!
At Yagumo's signal, they share a toast. Studio Yagumo is now at Tagusaku, a famous izakaya in Matsuda, Shimane, to celebrate the end of their Tsuwano location scouting. This homemade tofu is amazing! It does look good even though it's pixelated. The squid sashimi is amazing too. It's so clear. It's a feast for the eyes too. Let's soothe our pain with delicious food and drink. Yeah, seriously. This location scouting was rough. I'm pooped. I was shocked what happened, but I'm glad I tagged along. It was good practice for a role in a mystery film. I'm glad you say so. I felt kind of bad dragging you into something weird like that. No, I don't mind. Please. It's just... Oh, it's just... kinda sad that Kuromochi's motive turned out to be money. Yagumo frowns at Hitoha's statement. According to this morning's paper, Kuromochi had used up his father's inheritance and tried murdering his wife for insurance money. Yeah, it would have been a bit more humanizing if it was out of revenge for his wife's cheating. Yeah, it would. A slightly solemn mood fills the room. Magari then speaks up loudly as if to lighten things up. Oh, that reminds me. There's something I wanted to ask you, Director. What's that? Well, there were 3 candidates to choose from for your leading actress, right? So, I was wondering what made you choose Hitoha. Oh, I want to know too. Well, what can I say? Just felt something click. That's it? Well, you just seemed like a better choice compared to the other candidates, Hitoha. She turned out to be a fantastic choice at least. I can understand not picking the veteran actress since she might be hard to direct. But the other candidate was young too, wasn't she? So why didn't you choose her? Like I said, she just didn't click with me. But your reaction to her was weird. One look at her profile and you slammed the envelope shut. So you didn't even consider her? That's kind of sad. No, you see, something happened between you and her. You two get in a fight or something? No, it's nothing like that. You're kind of making it sound like you only picked me by process of elimination. That's a little disappointing. Spit it out. What exactly was your problem with that actress? Well, how do I put it? She's my little sister. Huh? Your little sister? Yeah, Izogami probably didn't notice because of her stage name, but she's my little sister. Oh yeah, it'd be kinda awkward to form a TV drama together, huh? I know, right? That's why I didn't pick her. Didn't even know you had a sister, Director. Should have gotten a better look at her profile. I'm kinda curious what she looks like. Maybe we can find her if we search for actresses named Yagumo. Oh, in that case, let's get to it. Stop! I said she's got a stage name, so you won't find her searching for Yagumos. Ooh, then tell us your little sister's stage name. No, kinda embarrassing. What's the problem? Just tell us. I don't wanna. We're gonna find out later anyway, so why not? Don't wanna. Everyone gets excited over the topic of Yagumo's little sister. They enjoy the rest of their rowdy night surrounded by good drink and good eats. I might need another cup of tea. Location scouting trophy earned. So while that runs, I'm going to go and get myself something to eat and something to drink and see to my husband here next to me. I'll mute myself and be right back. Alright, I'm back. So we've done Yagumo part 2. Let's do Ryo part 2. I think Ryo's only got 2 parts anyway, but they tie into Yagumo's at some point. So we'll start with Yuriho's. I'm just wondering when it's going to get supernatural. Scary. Ryo part 2. Speaking of, I do have a new horror game, a Japanese horror game called Ikai, which I got as a gift from hubby. And that I'll be playing after this one. The town of Omori, located in the Shimane Prefecture's Oda City. A scenic town built around the Iwami silver mine, once the biggest silver mine in Japan. The Ochi, Amago, and Maori clans once fought over this mine. Surrounded by this beautiful scenery, Ryo stands still in the center of the road. Even with you gone, this town remains just as beautiful. And that won't change even after I'm gone. Will it? Is this his little sister, Ryo? This is likely the last time I lay eyes on this scenery. Ryo's face contorts sorrowfully for a moment, but she soon bites her lips and looks on with resolve in her eyes. She pats down her hair as if to shake something off and turns around to stride forth. But she soon stops her stride and her expression blooms into a smile. How is that, Manabe? It was okay. Not bad. Manabe, who was holding the camera and recording, walks up to Ryo as she gives her a fair assessment. They used the first bit of free time that they had in a while to scout for their next set in the Iwami silver mine. Not bad, huh? Can't say I'm convinced. Who are you trying to imitate with that crooked tone of voice? Ryo ignores Manabe's anger at her impression of her and sinks into thought. I get the feeling I could do better though. What can I improve? Can we give it another go? Another one? How many times are you going to try? Despite her griping, Manabe turns the camera towards Ryo again. Alright. Take number 5. 3, 2, action! Even with you gone, this town remains just as beautiful. And that won't change, even after I'm gone, will it? This is likely the last time I lay eyes on this scenery. How did you like that? Tried putting a bit of a spin on that. I think it's a bit better. That's a high praise coming from the dragonfly of low scores, Manabe. Who are you calling a dragonfly of low scores? Manabe can't help but exclaim that the odd expression that left Ryo's lips. It was then that it happened. Brilliant acting! A woman clad in a gaudy urban dress that appeared to be in her mid-30s approaches Ryo. That acting back there, you're something special. Huh? Give me a second. I'll guess. Yeah, you're definitely in showbiz. But even with looks like yours, you don't look like you're the type to make ugly demands. You're not just pretty, you've got good confidence behind it. And even though you're not that famous yet, you've got enough trust built up with your manager to joke around. In other words, you're a hard-working actress that's on the verge of breaking out while using swimsuit modeling to build up clout. Did you figure all that out? Yeah, everything except for the hard-working part. Huh? You got a problem, miss? Ignoring Ryo, who has no comeback, Manabe turns to face the woman. Who might you be? You don't look like just a tourist. I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Kana Hatsuse. Kana Hatsuse. Name sounds familiar. Wait, are you? Yes. Am I doing a delivery or am I getting... Oh yeah, you're getting biscuits for the morning. Okay. Huh? Wait, are you... Ryo is about to say something as Manabe cuts into her words excitedly. Might you be the mystery author Kana Hatsuse? The one who wrote the longitudinal reasoning series? Manabe? That's right. I suppose that is the identifier society uses to refer to me. Yes, that's right. I can't believe I actually get to see you in the flesh. What are you, a broken record? I've read all your works and I've always been a big fan of yours. Hey, calm down, Manabe. Your pronunciations are all over the place. That was improper of me. I'm sorry, I just got a bit excited. Oh no, thank you. I'm always so happy to meet fans of mine. I'm Manabe, Ryo's manager. And said Ryo is me. That's my stage name, just Ryo. Manabe and Ryo. Noted. So, Ryo, do you usually work in Tokyo? That's right. I'm here in Shimane for a shoot. Kana is teeming with curiosity and asks Ryo and Manabe a lot of questions. The conversation picks up and time flies by. Before they even know it, the sun is already setting. Look at the time. Would you like to stop by my place? I'll be holding a birthday party tomorrow and I'd love for you to be there. Really? We can't impose on you. Don't worry, it's a light little party for my family and friends. You can spend the night at my place and be in the party tomorrow. Well, being invited to visit the home of an author she admires made Manabe's face light up with expectation. But she soon regains her composure and her voice fills with regret. I'd love to say yes, but we already reserved the hotel room and we can't cancel it now. Oh, really? Yeah. So I'm sorry, but we can't. And after you were so kind enough to invite us. I see. Oh, it's a pity. Yes, I feel the same way. Manabe tries to hide her disappointment, but it still shows clearly. Seeing her like this, Ryo taps Manabe's shoulder and speaks cheerfully. Come on, Manabe. You can't say no after she invited us. Thank you, baby. Talking to such a famous author is sure to teach me tons about acting. But the cancellation fee... Forget it. Just tell the president you did it for my training and convince him to cover for it. And if he says no, I'll pay the fee out of my own pocket. Manabe holds Ryo's hands tightly. You're still not getting paid much because you're a beginner. Thank you, Ryo. If you feel that way, how about you give me a raise next time? That's a different matter altogether. And so the pair found themselves spending a night at the mystery author Kana Hatsuse's estate. Kana drove them by car south from Uemurinmachi along the 46th highway. They then crossed the intersection with the 166th highway and pulled over along the side of the road. Past here is my estate, the Capricious Hall. The Capricious Hall? Yes, I operate on capricious ideas, hence the Capricious Hall. It's a mystery author's house, wouldn't you say? I think it's a lovely name. Well, while we're talking... Oh, you can see it there. With that said, Kana points at a mountain near the Iwami silver mine. The Capricious Hall was worthy of its name. It was a beautiful Western-style house that had something of a mysterious atmosphere to it. Wow. It looks like the kind of place you could experience a mystery story in. Really? That's rude. You make it sound like a murder could happen there. Oh, right. It's fine. I picked the plot with that impression in mind. With that in mind? A building that just screams mystery. I figured living there might serve as inspiration for my writing. I see. She built a whole house just for writing inspiration. Genius authors really are strange, huh? Wait, didn't Manabe poke fun at me for liking mystery novels? But she likes Kano's novels. Kana Utsuse's novels are categorized as light mystery. They focus on the characters rather than the case or solving the mystery. Riho prefers orthodox or neo-orthodox mystery, so she isn't as familiar with this type of mystery novel. But it's still a best-selling mystery author's house. This is pretty exciting. As that thought crosses Riho's mind, their car pulls over in front of the estate's entrance. Alright, come in and make yourselves at home. I'll show you around. Interesting. This looks like the house from the first mystery. Velvet floors and high-class furniture, a room decorated by antiquated works of art. The lavishness of the room made it clear to Riho and Manabe that this is a room for accommodating guests. This is the parlor, but there's someone here. True to Kana's words, a man clad in a suit is sitting in the parlor. Hearing Kana's voice, the man hurriedly stood up and approached them. My, Miss Kana, there's someone here. That's a bit rude, don't you think? You promised to meet today and draft your latest works of art. Just where have you been all this time? Sorry, I completely forgot and went out on a walk. A walk? I mean, look at the weather. It's such a nice day. Kana's explanation made the man's expression contort with suppressed annoyance, but she didn't seem to care and turned to face Riho. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my editor from my publisher in Tokyo. His name is... Ryogo. Ryogo-ism. Right, Ezono. That was your name, right? I was only assigned to Miss Kana this spring, so she hasn't quite memorized my name yet. Ezono grumbles with a somewhat stiff smile. Riho exchanges greetings with him with a hint of sympathy before leaving the parlor. I'm just going to finish eating this. No. Hi! Hello. Look at this room. This is party room? Yes! It was always my dream to have a party in a Western estate. Oh my god. Imagine the trains. Yeah, no. Oh yeah. Yes. It was always a dream. It was always my dream to have a party in a Western estate in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't it feel like the perfect setting for an incident? I see. It suits a queen of mystery like you. Miss Kana, it sounds lovely. I'd rather an incident doesn't actually happen, though. Right, big table in the front. Let's see what's going on. The party's preparations seem to be going well. Clean cloths are set over the tables. It's like a banquet room in a first-class hotel. This is making me look forward to the food they'll be serving tomorrow. I just want to completely exhaust the dialogue. Yeah, okay. Let us speak to the waiter, chef, butler, whatever his name is. Oh, Kono, could you come over here, please? She calls out to a man walking across the tables while checking a list. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The man smiles cheerfully and raises a hand as he approaches.
Kana-san!
Ah, Miss Kana. This right here is Joji Kono. He's the chef in charge of... No, she's Japanese. Her name is Hatsune or something like that. He's the chief in charge of cooking for tomorrow's party. He came all the way here from Tokyo just for the occasion. I'm not here just for the occasion. No need to be so reserved, Miss Kana. I'd come over whenever you call for me. But of course, compared to your beauty or your novels, my cooking isn't even the garnish adorning in English. You always exaggerate. Not at all. You're as natural and lovely as ever, Miss Kana. Oh my god. As the two of them laugh, Riho whispers to Manabe. You know, I can't stand this kind of guy. Don't worry, I can't stand people like him either. What's going on with the blank wall? Oh, they even have a stage here. It's for if I or one of my guests needs to hold a speech. Maybe you or Manabe could do that tomorrow. Sure, it'll be exciting. No, I'm actually bad with that sort of thing. Yeah, you're terrible when it comes to ad-lib. Maybe I should have you overcome that for your next task. I'll try. It seems tomorrow's party is being set up. The woman is moving hurriedly between the tables, putting up decorations. The woman notices Kana's voice. The woman, Hiro, stops working and approaches them. Let me introduce you. This here is my secretary, Hiro. I'm Hiroko Mitsukami. A pleasure. These are Riho and Manabe. I met them on my walk today and we really hit it off, so I invited them to the party tomorrow. Another unexpected surprise out of you. I'm sorry. She really does have a tendency to act randomly. This whole thing isn't a bother, is it? Oh no, not at all. We're honoured, if anything. We were happy to be invited. Oh, that's good. Is she the same as Kana? She looks like a really nice person. With that first impression crossing Riho's mind, they exchange greetings. Hiro is my live-in manager. She's great at her job too. I don't know what I'd do without her. I'm not that good at this. You're just terrible at taking care of yourself. The moment I take my eyes off of you, you leave a mess. You forget to eat when you're focused on writing. Writing's the only thing you're good at. But thanks to your support, all my dreams came true. You even made sure they built this estate exactly the way I wanted it. Because the builders couldn't read those scribbles you called blueprints. Make this room bomb-proof. Build this room in the image of Ekaterina III. The poor architects were at a loss. But you managed to turn it all into blueprints they could read. Good going, Hiro. You really get me. God, you're so easygoing. Hiroko heaves an exasperated sigh but cracks a forced smile. Riho gets the impression that she's like a helpful mother. Somehow, I get the feeling the two of you really get along. We've been friends since high school. We were in the literature club and liked mysteries, and we both wanted to be authors and thought up tricks. When we graduated, Hiroko gave up on being an author, but... Yes, that's what happened. But now I can support you as your manager, and I enjoy that. So nice, Hiroko. If only a certain someone could be as sweet as you. Glance, glance. Well, if another certain someone could make the same achievements Miss Kana has, maybe I'd be that sweet. Fair. The four of them chat for a while longer, after which Hiroko returns to preparing for the party. I think we have exhausted the dialogue there. Go to Riho's room. This is the room you'll be staying in tonight. Kana leads them to the fourth guest room on the Capricious Hall's second floor. Such a pretty room. So much better than some hotel room. Ain't it the truth? Riho looks into the room. The room's basic theme was the color white, and the ornaments had a soothing atmosphere. There's a bit of a secret trick to this room, so I'd be happy if you tried to figure it out later. Secret? Yep. Check it out before you go to bed. I'm sure you'll have fun. Oh? So your study is in this building, Miss Kana? Of course. Want to check it out? Yes, I'd love to. Oh, she didn't even stop to think. I don't mind seeing it, but, you don't have to if it's a bother. No, my study is on the 3rd floor, and the passageway to the 3rd floor is a secret. So I'm gonna need you to put these on. Hannah hands the two of them a pair of eye masks. Seems she wants them to go there blindfolded. I feel like some kind of celebrity that got snatched away by a variety show. Riho and Manabe have their eyes covered and walk slowly and carefully with Kana pulling them by the arm. It might be a bit cramped. Also, there's a step. Whoa, walking around blind is pretty scary. Clank. Something bumps against Riho's shoulder. What was that? What happened? I don't know, but something bumped into me. Don't mind that, just keep going. This is scary. I'm scared. The next moment, Ryo's body is overcome by a familiar sensation of floating. This is an elevator moving, right? Alright, here we are. You can take them off now. So bright. The two take off their masks and an even more decorated floor than the one below entered their field of vision. This is the 3rd floor where my study is. I don't usually let people go up here though. I can't believe I get to be here. This is a dream come true. Alright, let me show you around. Go to the bathroom. I don't know why the bathroom is an option, but we'll go in there anyway and have a look. And this is my bathroom. So big. Kana stands proudly before her spacious bathroom. It gives me ideas. Housekeeper. The bathroom is white and clean looking, and an eagle relief built into the pillars lords over the otherwise quiet room imposingly. Can't imagine taking a nice calm bath with this realistic eagle standing there. Despite being called a relief, it was very well made. Its piercing gaze seems to glare at whoever is in the room as if they would pray. It's a jacuzzi bath. It feels really nice. Wow, even your bathroom is first class, Miss Kana. Go to the library. This is my study. This is Kana Utsuse's study. Hey, Manabe, stop gasping like a pervert. It's Kana Utsuse. It's her study. This is where she wrote Even When Satisfied and Endless Dance. Actually, this place is newly built, so I wrote my older novels in a different house. Kana Utsuse just retorted at me. I'm so happy. You're pretty funny, Manabe. Can I put that down for future reference? She's not usually like this. All these books. That's just some of the books I have. Having too much material here makes a mess. That's just some of it? Authors are just like that. You're an actress, so you probably have a complicated book or two for acting, right? Sure I do. I can't tell her I've only got movies. Alongside dictionaries and history books, there are technical manuals on the shelves. They cover many fields: geography, medicine, engineering. Right, she needs to draw on all sorts of sources to think of tricks. Miss Kana always looks so flighty, but she really is a pro. This pipe thing over there, is that a heater? Oh, that's a pneumatic system. Have you heard of it? Pneumatic? Maybe you saw it in old movies. It uses air pressure to send capsules between rooms through the pipes. There's a reference room downstairs, so I have documents sent up to me using the pneumatic system. Can't you just use a little elevator? But I like this sci-fi sort of thing better. Get what you mean. These kind of gadgets feel like old-style sci-fi. It's great. We use those all over the hospital. Exactly, you get it? Whoa, she's so happy Kana complimented her. I wonder how it works. Want to send a capsule and see? With that said, Kana places a capsule in the pipe's opening and closes the door. She then presses a red button nearby and... whoosh. The capsule slides down with the sound of air being sucked. So, it's like this, and it climbs up from below the same way. This really is cool. Right? A bit of playfulness helps keep my study fresh while I work. Let's see, on exhaust. The pneumatic system. It sounds absurd, but it's probably really convenient for moving things around this big house. Going up a staircase or an elevator just for one book sounds like a bother, and this solves that. There's just anything more but books. No. Right, laptop. Do you use this PC to write? Yep. Until 5 years ago, I was still into writing by hand, but I switched to a PC because it's more convenient. I can look stuff up on the fly while working too. That's it. In here, let's go to the manager's office. So this is Hiro's room, but she's preparing the party right now, so she's out. Manager's room. It's very neat and tidy, just what I'd expect from your manager. Yes, she's such a dependable girl. I trust her with everything. I don't know what I'd do if she left. So you and Hiroko live together here? Yeah. I mean, no. Actually, there's someone else living here, but she doesn't usually go outside. She should come to the party tomorrow, so I'll introduce you to her then. Kinda looked like she hesitated to mention it. I wonder if there's something weird about that person. Now then, that's the 3rd floor. I'd love to show you the view from the rooftop, but it's already dark out. You can go out onto the roof from here? Yeah, but you gotta solve a little trick to get to the roof. Kana winks and smiles mischievously. Anyway, I should be getting back to work. Can you two put on the eye masks again? I'll take you downstairs. The two of them put on the eye masks again, cloaking the world with darkness. Kana takes them by the hand and leads them back. After parting from Kana, the two returned to the guest room that's been allotted to them. They were given time to do as they pleased until tomorrow's party, and so the two took a shower and spent their time relaxing. Today was a day and a half. I'll probably sleep like a rock tonight. Really? Well, I'm probably too excited to sleep. I still can't believe I was invited to visit Miss Kana Utsuse's house. It's like a dream come true. Miss Kana. She's as eccentric as you'd expect a best-selling author to be. By the way, didn't Miss Kana say there's some secret trick to this room? What do you think she meant by that? I don't know. Hey, let's investigate it. There you go again. You'd be better off if you didn't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. It is too where it belongs. The fact she once went as far as to tell us there's a secret here means she wants us to solve it. In other words, this is a challenge from the mystery author, Kana Utsuse, right? It does pique my interest when you put it like that. Right? Let's figure this out before we go to bed. Manabe examines the surrounding walls. Well, find something? No, nothing out of the usual. Still not? Riho peeks out the small window. A small exclamation then escapes her lips. Hey, there's a small room of some kind back there. Small room? Yeah. It was all dark when I looked during the day, but there, see it? Manabe checks the window as well. Apparently, the lights were on during night time and shined into the room, making it so the room was only visible during nighttime.
なるほど
I
ね
see.
照明をつけない
It's set up so you
と見えない
can't
仕組
see
み
it
か
unless the lights are on. There's something in
な
there.
んか置いてあるけど
There's a small table in the room, and on it sits a transparent pouch with a ribbon attached to it. At a second glance, the pouch contained a high-class cosmetic set. And below it was a gift card that said, "Dear guests, please help yourselves to this."
あのコスメセット今人気のオーブのやつだよすっ
Oh,
ごい高
that's
いやつ
cosmetic. That cosmetic set. It's one of those Albert ones that are all the rage right now. It's super expensive.
さすがかの
Miss
先生
Anna has
センスいい
great taste.
っていうか
But
あ
wait,
れ
how are we
ど
supposed
う
to
や
get
って
it?
取ったらいいんだ
There's no door leading to the
小部
room.
屋に入る扉とか見当たらないけどさあどっち
Who
に
knows?
してもコスメ
I don't
セッ
care
ト
for
が興味
cosmetics
あ
either
るから
way, so
私は
I'm
いい
not
な
interested in it.
欲しくないの
Don't you want it? It's an Albert Cosmetics
売
kit.
り切れで
They're
なかなか
also
買えないやつ
sold
だ
out
よ
and really hard to find.
私合わない
My skin dries when I don't use the kind of cosmetics I'm used to.
そっか
Oh, I see.
でもあれ
But it's
先生の
apparently it's
サイン入り
signed
だった
by
み
Miss
たいだけど
Kana. At those words, Manabe's expression completely changes.
絶対に
At all costs.
絶対に手に入れる
We
わよ
have to get it at all costs, Ryo.
真鍋さんさっきと言ってる
That's not what you said a minute ago.
話が変わったわ
I changed my mind. No matter what, even if it costs me my
命をか
life.
けてでも手に入れるわ覚悟が重すぎる
That's
よ
heavy.
たかが
It's just a
コスメ
cosmetic
セッ
set,
トだよ
you know.
うるさい
Shut up.
裏口を叩いてない
Less
周りを
flip
調べなさい
flapping, more room investigating.
はいただいま
Yes, ma'am. Right away. Whoosh whoosh. Ryo strikes a few poses in front of the mirror.
今日も
Skin
お
looks
肌の
great
調子
today.
バッチリ
And my figure's on point as
いつも通りの
always.
グッドプロポーション部屋の秘密を調べるん
Weren't
じ
you
ゃなかった
checking the room for secrets? She's wearing the same... I'm confused. Why is she wearing the same necklace as the woman who got killed in the last episode?
そうでしたそうでした
Ryo looks at the mirror next to the small window. It looked like an ordinary dresser mirror, but there was chafing marks on the floor around it. Maybe... Ryo applies some force to the mirror, which slides
や
inward.
っぱり
I knew it!
動くよ
The mirror moves. She slides the mirror the whole way, revealing a hidden door behind it.
入り口見っ
There it is! I found the
け
entrance!
出したわリホ
Great work, Ryo! Now we can get to the room. Manabe grips the doorknob vigorously, but...
あれ
Twist the knob though she might, the door doesn't open. Oh, look at her go. Manabe wheels around and glares at Ryo.
開かないわ
It won't open.
はい
Yes. Wait, what is this? Ryo hurries to the door and examines it fixedly, and then the words escape her
リ
lips.
ーフだ
It's a relief. A
リ
relief?
ーフこれ
This
扉じゃ
isn't a
なくて
door.
成
It's
功に
an
できた
elaborate
彫像品だ
carving
よ
that's
壁
fixed to
に
the
貼り付
wall.
いてるだけみたいダミー
Dummy
トラックとは
That's what I'd expect, Miss Kana.
カナ先生他の方法を探すわよ
Let's look for another way in.
う
Yeah,
ん
but
でももしかして
maybe
こ
the
れ
trick is
手
that
に入れる
there's no
方法が
way
な
of
い
getting
って
to
オ
it.
チじゃミステリー作家がそんな
A
アンフェアな
mystery
ことするわけ
author
ない
would
でしょ
never do something that
必ず
unfair.
何か
There
方
has
法
to
が
be
あるはず
some kind of way.
そっか
Yeah, you're right.
そうだね
Let's do this. Maybe we can't go into that little room from this room.
だったらプレゼントなんて書き方はし
But
ない
she
はず
wouldn't
よ
say it's a present if that was the case. But even with that said, Riho and Manabe have inspected anything that looked remotely suspicious.
明日のパーティー
We'll be here until the party tomorrow, so we can check it out later. No! What if it's set up so we can only get it in there today? Come on, I'm tired. Rio gives a large stretch as if to relax her shoulders. Let's take a little break. With that said, Rio leans against a nearby wall when her body sinks into the wall. Ouch. Wait, where am I? What happened, Rio? Manabe looks around, but Rio is nowhere in sight. She disappeared the moment Manabe took her eyes off of her. Hey, over here! She could hear Rio's voice somewhere. Manabe looks in the direction of her voice only to find Rio waving toward her from inside the window. How did you get there? Turns out the wall over there rotates when you push it. Manabe follows that instruction and pushes the wall with her hands. And like a trick from a ninja hideout, the wall rotates. I never imagined there would be a hidden door there. The door at the mirror was a total red herring. And now I've got the cosmetic set. Man, can't wait to try it out. Rio enthusiastically reaches for the cosmetics, only for her hand to be stacked away. What are you saying? It's obvious Kana's signature is more important than the cosmetics. I'll be taking care of this, thank you very much. You can just take it back after I'm done with it. No, their value might go down if you leave finger marks on them. That's awful. I'm an actress, you know. After that, the signed cosmetics were left under Manabe's watchful gaze. And needless to say, after having been forbidden from even laying a finger on them, Rio could only weep bitter tears. The following day turns to night. Rio and Manabe enter the party hall a bit before the event begins. The place is adorned with brilliant decorations and welcome drinks are handed out to the guests who are chatting amongst themselves. It's a bit nervous, but it looks like coming in casual clothes was fine. Manabe sighs in relief as she looks around the other guests' attire. Told you, Kana said it was a casual party just for her friends, and that meant we can come dressed casual. You say that, but I have enough experience of not reading the mood and coming with an outfit that embarrassed us in front of everyone. Especially in parties where you can meet nice men. Everyone says you can come casual and then dress up like it's prom night. Oh yeah, that totally happens. I've had that happen to me. While the two speak near the entrance, Hiroko approaches them carrying a tray of welcome drinks. Thanks for participating despite the short notice, you two. Have a welcome drink if you'd like. Oh, thank you. We appreciate the offer. The two take up glasses full of pink champagne and then ask Hiroko something after looking around the room. I see everyone's not here yet. Probably because it's still early? No, actually, all the invited guests are accounted for. Huh? Then it's a pretty small party considering it's hosted by a famous author. Well, we'll have a bigger party sponsored by the publisher next month in Tokyo. Today's party is really just for Kana's close circle. I mean, inviting people over to the middle of nowhere is bothersome on its own, right? I guess it's a bit inconvenient, yeah. Okay, who are we talking to now? Start on the far left. Hiroko? Who's that over there? They turn their gaze toward the young man standing alone in one of the corners and sipping from his glass. The moment Hiroko lay eyes on him, her expression clouds over. Oh, that over there is... Soichi? Soichi. While spacious, this was still an estate parlor. It wasn't possible for him not to hear Hiroko's call, but the man called Soichi simply gazes in the direction and then looks away. I guess not, huh? Is he one of the guests? No, he's a relative of Kana, her younger brother. He's an artist, but he always shuts himself off in his room. Oh, so he's shy. Well, I guess that's what it boils down to. He's a bit antisocial, so it's hard for him to find normal work, so Ms. Kana lets him live here. I see. There are apparently some family issues involved. Riho and Manabe decide not to ask about him any further. Hello there. We meet again today. Ezuno greets them with a somewhat awkward smile. He looks a bit pale. You said you had a meeting with Miss Kana yesterday. Did it go well? No, I'm afraid she bailed on me. Oh well. That sounds... Bail? Like a grey whale? Told you to stop with the trashy puns. I wonder if that's why he's so pale. Poor guy. Soichi stood away from everyone else, looking out the window as he took small sips of his drink. He stands as if he is in another world, not interfering with anyone else or even sparing anyone a glance. Miss Kana felt like such a social butterfly, but her brother is like the polar opposite. Well, I guess siblings don't have to have similar personalities. If I told Chief I couldn't arrange a meeting with her, I'll be scolded. But when can we meet with her when she's holding a party? Come on, you're hanging out in a party, or at least enjoy. It's a waste of good booze. Right. I'll make sure to set some time aside for you to have that meeting after this party, alright? Oh, please. Thank you. Don't worry, she'll be there, even if I have to drag her kicking and screaming. Yes. Now then, let's have a toast. Come on, cheers. Riho knocks her glass against Ezuno's almost forcefully, but a clear sound rings out. A bit of colour seems to return to Ezuno's face. A woman that looked to be at about her 50s and dressed with pretty decorations suddenly walks up to them. My, I believe this is the first time I see you two. Hello, I'm Riho, an actress, and this is my manager, Manabe. A pleasure. I'm Shoko Manabe. An actress, eh? I'm Shiho Tamizawa. Perhaps you've heard of me. From Riho's experience, these kinds of people react badly to being told you haven't heard of them. Riho was at a loss as to how to answer, but was soon given some timely help. Of course we have. I quite enjoyed reading your airplane timetable mystery series. Oh, have you now? My, it's always a pleasure to meet a reader. Yes, indeed. My works aren't aimed for as wide an audience as Kana's, but I do have avid fans among those who enjoy mystery novels. Fumizawa seems quite satisfied by Manabe's answer, much to Riho's relief. Thank God Manabe knows her. She looks like some kind of veteran author, but she doesn't sell as much as Kana. That's the kind of person that's looking to pick fights. What was that? Are you laughing or are you judging something out your nose? But the airplane timetable mystery, huh? That's a cool name. Isn't it? Railway mysteries already have an author that specializes in them, so I decided to have a mystery on airplane. Oh, but unlike trains, there aren't many routes, and switching up a train doesn't sound all that realistic. Yes, that's exactly right. I have to keep it an internal route, or the story ends up being in a foreign country and the readers won't keep up. And limited routes limit my ideas. So in the end, the series ended after its second novel. The words "make sense" almost reached Ryo's lips, but she successfully swallowed them. Okay, now we've exhausted her dialogue and it's just repeating now. By the way, what made you decide to become Kana's manager? Me? I guess we're kind of inseparable friends. We were part of the same mystery club when we were at school, and that's where we met. And before we knew it, we somehow ended up being friends. Yes, there was a time when I thought of tricks and wanted to write mystery novels too. It's a good thing I gave it up and became a manager instead. So you've known Miss Kana since before her debut. I wonder how much of her work can be credited to you. Who's to say? I mostly look after her. She's terrible at looking after herself, you know. My. Us managers need people like her who have talent but aren't motivated to do much else to exist. Manabe nods in satisfaction, seeming awfully convinced by Hiroko's words. Does Manabe really think I'm that awful at taking care of myself? Why, hello everyone. Thank you for waiting. A lively voice calls out as the chef Kono enters, pushing a trolley loaded with food. Kono moves the plates from the trolley to the tables with practiced motions. Looks great! But Miss Kana's not here yet. They couldn't start eating with the host absent from the party. Ryo and the rest of the participants in the party look around anxiously, unsure what to do, when the lights illuminating the parlor go out at once. Blackout? Ryo, are you there? It's dangerous, so stay put. The guests raise their voices in surprise at the darkness enveloping the room. And as if to drive the final nail, a bursting sound rings out. Pop. A high-pitched noise echoes through the room. The scent of gunpowder fills Ryo's nose. And then a single spotlight illuminates the stage in the back of the parlor. Everyone, thank you for coming here today. Raising her hands like a magician, Kana appears and greets everyone with a wide smile. Now, let's have fun tonight. After a moment of silence, the guests shower her with applause. Kana gives a satisfied smile at seeing her surprise was as effective as she expected, and walks off the stage. Kana, how did you appear on the stage like that? Yes, we were next to the entrance, but you just appeared on the stage in the blink of an eye without us noticing. They likely felt the same way at that moment. They approach Kana at once and ask her about her mysterious appearance. With that wonderful surprise to kick things off, the party begins in earnest. An hour after the party's beginning, everyone already had a round of food and were now mainly focusing on the alcohol. As soon as the toast was raised, everyone, excluding Soichi, who had gone off somewhere, surrounded Kana, who was chattering excitedly. But the wind sure is blowing strong tonight. The windows have been shaking a great deal for a while now. At nights like this, the god Kanayago might go out in search of prey. Kanayago? Never heard of a god by that name. That's because he's not featured in the ancient texts. But it's a very scary god. Yes, very scary god. That sounds interesting. Can you tell us more? Sure. Listen closely then to the tale of the terrible god worshipped in this land of Iwami. With a suggestive tone, Kana draws the attention of not just Kono, but everyone present. Looking around to confirm that her words had the desired effect, Kana continues with her story. Well, you see, Kanayago is a bit of an odd deity that favors corpses. Most kami in Japan abhor corpses since they're tainted, right? But Kanayago is a god that brings upon fortune to those who offer him corpses. Those who worship this deity were said to hang corpses along the walls of its place of worship. Corpses? And in doing so, that deity allowed for more efficient mining of silver. Silver? Do you mean... Yes. In other words, this deity was worshipped in this land, where the Iwami silver mine is. But that mine has long since been closed. With no one left to offer it corpses, it is said Kanayago flies through the mountains in search of new sacrifices, growling, howling. There, can you hear? The sound of Kanayago's howl as it seeks sacrifice, mingled with the sounds of the storm. A chilling silence settles over the party room, and indeed they can swear they heard something else mingled with the sound of the wind rattling the windows. But then Kana switched over to a cheerful smile. Well, that's just an old legend passed down. Yep, just a legend. A folktale. Right. It's just a legend. Indeed. Now then, everyone, let's switch gears and have some dessert. I'll go get it ready. That sounds good. I'm craving a bit of sweet right now. Everyone starts talking at once, perhaps hoping to dispel the frightening atmosphere left in the wake of Kana's ghost story. That was scary. It really fit the situation somehow. That's a mystery author for you. She knows how to tell a story. She gets straight A's in that, but that story was pretty disturbing. Jeez. Oh, be right back, guys. Okay, guys, sorry I'm back. I just had to take a phone call. Where were we? So we're still at the party. So you think those kinds of theatrical legends are par for the course in a mystery story? Well, that entrance was definitely theatrical. Was. How did she appear on the stage like that? Manabe's words prompt Ryuho to ponder that question, but she soon turns to Manabe with a mischievous smile. Say, you want to investigate the trick behind her entrance? We can try, but do you think it'll be that easy to figure out? I don't know, but that felt like Kana issued us a challenge with that performance. We can burn time until dessert's ready, right? A challenge? When you say that, it's piqued my interest as an avid reader. Let's do it. Oh, right. Let's solve this baby then. It's far from the stage and Miss Kana didn't have any time to hide under the tablecloth. I don't think there's any tricks to this table. Earlier, Kono used this trolley to carry in the food. All the food's already on the tables, so there's nothing left on the trolley. Why, though? Something feels off. Ryo examines the trolley again. Ryo felt something was strange about the trolley since earlier, and she sinks into thought so as to figure out what it is. Her face then lights up. Hey, isn't it weird that the trolley was just left here? What do you mean? No, I mean, it's a bad spot if you want to move the dishes to the table, and it's standing in an oddly slanted position. Kono is a skilled fancy chef, so I can't imagine him leaving the trolley carelessly like this. I see. That is strange. An idea then flashes through Ryuho's mind. Obeying that gut feeling, she flips up the fabric covering the trolley's trunk. There's a partition board inside the trolley. I knew it. Moving aside the partition board, Ryuho reveals space just large enough to contain a person. I see. So Miss Kana went in here and had Kono carry her over here. Yep. And when the guests were all distracted, she snuck out of the trolley and waited for the black guy to step up to the stage. That's what I'd expect from Miss Kana. She never neglects to surprise people. She takes it too far. She put a secret door in our guest room and had us walk around with eye masks, a bit too high on the weirdo scale for me. That's a first-rate mystery author's idea of courtesy. Fine. Let's leave it at that. Let's check with Kana and see if we got it right. Yes, let's. Manabe exclaims as she looks around the parlor curiously. Kana had disappeared from the room at some point, and the other guests noticed this and were whispering nervously. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I haven't seen Kana for a while now. It's been over an hour. A bit long as bathroom breaks go. True. She did have a lot to drink, so maybe she felt so queasy she retired to her room to rest. Hey, that's not right. She was supposed to have a meeting with me after this party. If I don't have that meeting with her today, my editor-in-chief will kill me. I understand. I'll go look for her, so you wait in the reception room. Everyone else too. It's getting late, so you may retire to the rooms we've prepared for you whenever you want. Hiroko says with a bow and leaves the parlor. Well, with Miss Kana gone, I believe we can call it a night. Yes, it was quite fun, but staying up late would be bad for my skin. Following her, the guests began to go back to their rooms. Looks like they were wrapping it up, so let's head back to our room as well. Yeah, like Miss Tomizawa said, staying up too late wouldn't be good for our skin. And with this, the party concludes and Riho returns to her room. The lights are still on in the parlor, but there's no one here. Everyone's probably gone back to their room, as prompted by Hiroko. Well, it's late at night, so I should head back to my room and sleep. It's probably bad for my skin to stay up this late. As soon as they return to their room, Riho lets out a weird scream. Riho apparently carelessly leaned against the wall, causing the revolving trick door to rotate. What are you doing? You knew there was a hidden door there. Ugh, I completely forgot. Man, maybe I should stick a warning to the wall so I can prevent this from happening again. But we don't have any tape on us. Sure we do. We have our push-up tape. We have your push-up tape. How do you know about that? Saw it in your bag when you took out your cell phone. My, I never knew you were at an age where you care about drooping skin. Riho, when we get back to Tokyo, I'll be filling up your schedule with workshops. Oh no. And here we go. After apologizing earnestly to Manabe, she used her push-up tape and used it to plaster a warning written in permanent marker on the wall. Now I won't forget about it and lean against the wall. Manabe. She's still mad at me? Shh. I've been hearing this weird noise for a while now. Weird noise? Yeah, like some kind of low growling. A low growling sound could be heard. Come on, you're not going to trick me with that. After cracking that little joke, Riho listens carefully, when suddenly she did faintly hear a low growling sound. Do you hear it? There really is a weird growling out there. Right. It's coming from outside the window. It sounds like the wind. No way. Maybe it's that thing Kana mentioned. The god Kanayago. Can't be. That's just a legend. But we're definitely hearing that growling. And can you hear? It's getting closer. Oh, it's here. Be right back, guys. Sorry, I just had to get the door. Kana Yaga was now wandering the mountains in search of sacrifice. The two exchanged silent glances as Kana's words surfaced in their mind. The sound of a knock echoes through the room, making the two of them jolt. Riho replies while stifling her agitation and opens the door to reveal Hiroko, who is standing there pale. Thank goodness, you two are still awake. What are you doing here this late at night? I can't find Kana. She's nowhere in the estate. She's nowhere in the estate? What would that mean? I don't know. She won't pick up on her cell phone, so I thought we should look outside the estate. Could you help me out? Riho and Manabe unflinchingly nod and agree to help, rising to their feet with grave expressions. A few minutes later, Riho and Manabe meet with the other people gathered for the search and walk down the Capricious Hall's driveway. The others are everyone who had retired to their rooms after the party, with the exception of Soichi. It's a dark, twining path without any lighting, and everyone was given flashlights to search with. Do you really think Miss Kana would go outside this late at night? I don't know, but she wasn't inside, so... My word, why must that girl always cause such a fuss? There's a lot of animal trails in the area. Can't imagine her going here and... Hey, turn it down a bit, Bobby. I can't imagine her going here when it's this dark outside. We're just checking to be on the safe side. Let's split up and check the trails. Yes. Let's divide into groups here and check. As everyone splits up, Riho searches with Manabe, pointing the flashlight to light up the area. If this was a horror movie, the monster would jump out right about now. That's not funny. It almost feels like it might really happen. Or more like, whatever made that growling we heard in our room might come out. I can't hear it at all, now that you mention it. It's so quiet. There's no wind right now either. Wait, so that wasn't the wind? It was really Kana Yaga? No way. Both of their flashlights intersected, lighting the darkness, but there was no sign of Kana. Manabe, there's something there. Miss Kana, is that you? They slowly approach a thicket. Manabe reaches into the bushes when a cat leaps out of the thicket.
猫
Cat?
これじゃ本当によくあ
This
る
really
台風
is
じゃない
like some kind of B movie.
でも
But the
こういう
real
のっ
monster
て
usually
本命
comes
は
after
この
this.
後に
A gruesome scream echoes through the
今
area.
度は何
What
ひ
now?
ろこさんの声だったわ
That was Hiroko.
あっちの方
I
から
think it came from over there.
行ってみよう
Let's go. The music sounds like tubular bells from The Exorcist. That unusual scream came from a hollow located near the Capricious Hall. Said hollow is an old tunnel, one of several entrances to the Iwami silver mine. And near the entrance sits the hunched figure of a person.
ひろこさん何かあったんですか
Hiroko, what happened? Oh no. Oh, no. Oh damn. Anna was inside the hollow, but she was all too different.
見つかったの
Did you find her? Oh. Everyone else gathers around and falls into shocked silence at the sight. Kana lay near the hollow's entrance. Her skin was terribly white and pallid.
どいて
Step aside. Tomizawa pushes Hiroko aside and rushes to Kana's body. She presses a hand against her neck and carefully checks for a pulse. No.
嘘で
Can't
しょ
be.
かな先生は
Is she? Tomizawa shook her head silently.
嘘だ
It can't be.
かな
Not
先
Miss
生が
Kana. A deep silence fell over the hollow. Everyone is rendered speechless by what just transpired. Every now and then, the hot wind rising up from the hollow rustles the trees. Riho then sees Tomizawa, who had apparently come to her senses, pull out a cell phone to call the police. We should investigate as much as we can before the police show up. That tree. There are some fresh marks around the base of the trunk. It's like something was rubbed against it, but it cut pretty deep into the tree. There are scratch marks on the tree near the corpse. What is this? I don't know, but something feels off. Scratches on this tree trunk. Are they related to the murder? This doesn't look like some kind of mark the forest management etched on it. The rocks around the hollow are glistening with night dew. It's hard to say for certain with just the flashlights, but there don't seem to be any signs of blood or struggle around here. Riho strains her eyes looking at the dead body's limp arms. It's hard to tell over the manicure, but there's some blood stuck behind her nails. Was this when she was trying to fight off the killer? Or maybe... All the blood seems to have drained from the body's arms, leaving the skin pale and transparent. She was hanging. She would have had liver mortis from... Perhaps because of the flashlight's illumination, her skin seemed awfully white within that circle of light. Rio gazes at the corpse's head, wincing at the sight of its agonizing expression. Withstanding the urge to throw up, she gently inspects the body from below, discovering some scars and lacerations on the back of her neck. Those are rope marks. Someone strangled her. The lacerations are probably because she clawed at her throat while she was suffocating. As far as I can see, someone strangled Miss Kana. That's all I can tell so far. Riho is convinced for the time being and moves away from the body. It's then that the sound of a patrol car's siren reaches her ears.
Manabe? Manabeってば。
Manabe, listen to me. Manabe's eyes widen as Ryo shakes her shoulders.
マナベ大丈夫？
Manabe, are you
随分
alright?
うなされてたけど。
Looks like you had a nightmare.
私は。
Manabe feels Ryo's concerned eyes on her. Guided by that gaze, Manabe rises from her bed. It's morning. You were moaning back there, so I was worried. I just had a bit of a bad dream. I'm fine now. Yeah, that's good. After a while, Manabe washes her face and fixes her clothes, going back to her normal, snappy self. Alright, we're looking good. Let's go. Some people from the police showed up earlier and said everyone needs to gather in the parlor. Right. Please. So, what happened last night wasn't a dream. Yeah. Having that happen to someone you care about so much must be terrible. I'll be fine. I was a big fan of Miss Kana, that's true. But before that, I'm your manager. Let me see. Hold it my hand. For my family. Oh, I love you too, monkey. I won't quite hug you as hard as Daddy does. Yeah, I need a hug too. Love you. Father, when is that balloon attack getting here? Next week. I've also run out of glue. Ugh. I'll be fine. I was a big fan of Miss Kana, that's true, but before that, I'm your manager. Smiling back at Manabe, who regained her calm manager's demeanor, Ryo leaves the room with her. You have no choice but to go to the parlor. Apparently, Ryo and Manabe were the last ones to arrive. The other guests were already gathered in the parlor the party was held in. Everyone was visibly anxious. Several officers and a detective enter the room, as if they'd been waiting for them to arrive. The moment she sees the detective's face, Ryo exclaims with surprise. Inspector Manba? Is that you? Oh, you're Ryo. And Miss Manabe too. What are you two doing here? We met Miss Kana by coincidence yesterday and she invited us over. I see. Even if it was a coincidence, you two have a knack for getting caught up in these kinds of situations. But we can talk later. I have to get to work for now. Right. Manba's expressions harden as he turns to face the guests. Yes, I'm Toshiro Manba from the Metropolitan Public Security Bureau. I'll be in charge of investigating this incident. Are all the people involved here? Everyone looks at each other, prompted by that question. Hiroko then raises her voice nervously. Soichi isn't here yet. I did tell him to come, but... Soichi? Soichi, who is that again? Oh, the victim's younger brother, yes? Manba speaks while flipping through his memo pad and Hiroko nods in affirmation. Then we'll speak to him separately later. Anyway. For now, the victim's cause of death is clear. Asphyxiation due to suffocation. Estimated time of death is last night around 10 p.m. Suffocation? Something about that Manba said came across as odd to Ryo. He should have seen the rope marks too, so why did he call it suffocation instead of strangulation? But while Riho's mind was churning, Manba kept on speaking. So, with that in mind, as hard as it is to say this, all of you here in this estate yesterday are currently suspects. Only potential suspects, of course, but we ask you to cooperate with the investigation going forward. And also, please refrain from going out until you have our permission to do so. Everyone started murmuring at Manba's words. No! I have to go back to Tokyo as soon as possible. That's right. I need to get back to my writing, or I might miss my deadline. And I have my store to attend to. Silence, please. Silence, everyone. We intend to conclude this investigation and lift our restrictions as fast as possible, so please cooperate with us. I believe I will be calling on you all personally later, so please, keep what I've said that in mind. Wait just a moment. Having relayed all the necessary information, Manba exits the parlor hurriedly. Left in his wake are everyone else filled with anxiety and displeasure. Manabe, didn't what Manba said back there feel off to you? What do you mean? I saw rope marks on the corpse when I checked it yesterday. That means Kana was strangled by some kind of wire or rope. But he said suffocation. Normally you would assume he'd call it strangulation or suicide by hanging. Right. That's what felt off to me. We should ask Manba about it later. Yeah, let's do that. It's exhausted then. My word! Why do we have to be confined to this place? This is absurd! I agree, especially since the estimated time of death was at 10. We were still at the party at that time. So maybe it wasn't done by any of us. Perhaps Miss Kana wandered outside and was accosted by a burglar. I don't know about that. I can't imagine someone just passed by and did the act. What do you mean? I mean, this is a remote place, and it was nighttime without any illumination outside. Can you imagine someone just walking in here? I suppose that's true. My suspect is either the chef or the brother. It means much more like the brother seems too obvious. It seems much more likely that one of us snuck out of the parlor and did the deed. And I do believe all of us left for the restroom for a few minutes at one point or another. But it's absurd. None of us have any reason to kill Miss Kana. Who's to say? For example, you always seem so neurotic, as if Kana always troubled you with your frivolous attitude. A grudge, perhaps? What are you saying? If anyone's suspicion would be... Yes, what about me? You'd be envious of Miss Kana, who eclipsed you in both sales and reviews despite being younger. What? How rude. Calm down, you two. Suspecting each other now won't do us any good. Mr. Ezono, I do believe you went too far. You are of the same age and profession as her, Miss Hiroko, and with Miss Kana dead, the copyrights will be transferred to you. I would never kill Miss Kana for something like that. I wonder. Riho watches over the unsightly exchanges from a distance and sighs. Staying away was a good idea. Saved us the trouble of getting caught up in that. It really did. The anxiety must be making them act like that. So what do we do? You recorded the party yesterday, right, Manabe? Yes, I thought it'd be nice to commemorate it. I left it running on the shelf though, so it only has footage of one point. Oh, that could be useful. Let's check it out. The estimated time of death was 10. So let's confirm who excused themselves at the time. I see. Yes, I understand. Alright, let's go back to our room then. Having returned to their room, the two immediately play the video. Estimated time of death was 10 p.m, so let's check the footage just before and after that time. Let me get the hour of footage then. It's long, so I'll fast forward through it at times 3 speed. Yeah, sounds about right. Soichi, he left as soon as Miss Kana did the toast. He's Miss Kana's younger brother. They said he's an artist who's very bad with people. Suppose he didn't want to be part of an event like this. But we had the toast at 8:30, so he has no alibi for Miss Kana's estimated time of death. I suppose that's what it means. But Kana was his sister, and she supported him when he couldn't make a living. Suppose that's true. But we can't make assumptions about him when we haven't even spoken to him once. Maybe he had a complex over how successful his sister was. Talking about hypotheticals won't get us anywhere. We should talk to him later. Right, let's do that. Tomizawa left the room a few times. She left once after Miss Kana went out too. She left 4 times or so. But all of them were only for a few minutes, so she probably went to the bathroom or to fix her makeup. Yeah, I can't imagine she murdered someone in just a couple of minutes. Well, you wouldn't normally assume it's possible. So, Izono is Miss Kana's editor, right? Apparently. But I think seeing the author he's in charge of dying was a huge shock. I wouldn't be able to take it. What? Why are you staring at me? I just thought, wow, she really loves me, huh? Manabe cocks her head quizzically, unable to understand what Ryo was getting at. But upon having come to some conclusion, Manabe's face flushed red. What? No, I didn't mean it like that. I guess we'll leave it at that. Anyway, it looks like Enzo didn't leave the party even once. Apparently he didn't need to go to the bathroom. Well, he hardly got anything to drink. Well, I guess he abstained from drinking since he had a meeting scheduled after the party. Right, being an editor sounds tough. Kono was the one that left the room the most often, but that makes sense since he was setting the table. Right. Whenever he came back, he was pushing the trolley with dishes, so it's safe to assume he was preparing it when he was out of the room. So Kana left at about 9:30, and she didn't come back after that. Yes, she told us about Kanayago, and left the parlor while we were checking the trolley. We went out to look for Miss Kana and found her body at around 11 o'clock. What exactly happened in that time frame? What was Miss Kana even doing there? It's like Tomizawa said. It was nighttime, and without any lights, why go there without a flashlight? Well, even without a flashlight, she could use her cell phone for light. That doesn't explain what she was doing there. The footage shows that Hiroko left the party once. After Miss Kana left, Hiroko went out for 15 minutes. Maybe she went to check on her because she was gone for too long. That seems likely, but after coming back, she hadn't left the room until the party broke up. Okay, so almost everyone had times when they were out of the parlor, but it was always 15 minutes at most. And to get from here to the hollow Kana died in... Why'd you look so emotional? I'm sure that wasn't one of our arguments.
No. I think I was sick.
And to get from here to the hollow Kana died in, I think you'd have to walk for 20 minutes, maybe 10 if you ran. In other words, none of the people in this estate could have killed Kana. Aww, Vicky! Original Ashi. That's not from Kiss Kiss. In other words, none of the people in this estate could have killed Kana. I'd like to say that, but the only exception is Soichi. Right, Soichi left early. But there's another possibility. What other possibility? Well, it's possible someone could have killed Kana after she left the parlor and then carried her over to the hollow. We only went out to look for her an hour after the party ended. That's plenty of time to carry her corpse over there. That's very true. I see. But you know, carrying a dead body that far is pretty hard labor. We didn't hear any cars, so it's unlikely they took her there that way. Oh, what's digging into my leg like that? Your hand, I know it is. Can you move it, please? Thank you. And smiling again. Maybe a bicycle towing a cart or a trailer? Those aren't suited for carrying a body, but there is another option. There is? What? Tell me. I mean, maybe the god Kanayago snatched the body away? What? Get that out. No scary stories. But it does fit her story about Kanayago perfectly. And the hollow we found her in is an entrance to the mine it's related to. Okay, well. What are you saying okay for? What are you saying okay for? Okay. And we heard that growling and howling last night. Sorry. Nope. That's a big nope. Anything that looks supernatural at first sight always has a rational explanation. Right. Guess I'm just so shocked. Now I'm starting to have weird delusions. You're right by my mic as well, so everything you say and sigh and huff and puff, everyone else can hear as well.
Just yawn, I'm tired.
Go to sleep.
I've been sleeping all fucking morning.
Right, I guess I'm still just shocked. Now I'm starting to have weird delusions. You know what'll clear those right up? Investigating the hell out of this case. A huge fan like you should avenge Kana's death. Right. Yes, you're right. Let's go. With Riho to cheer her on, Manabe leaves the room. Right, we can choose the reception room, the entrance, the parlor, Riho's room, guest room, and Tomizawa, guest room, Izomo, and Soichi's room. Let's start... No, we'll do Soichi last. I don't think he is. It's too obvious. It's too obvious. They find an emaciated Hiroko in the reception office. She looks listlessly out of the window as if her soul had left her body altogether. So this is where you were, Hiroko. Shutting myself off in my room just made me more depressed. Why? Did that happen to Kana? I don't know what to say. We should come again later. You're falling off the couch.
No, I'm not. I'm not falling off the couch.
They head for the entrance where they find an officer standing guard. Currently, everyone in the Capricious Hall aren't allowed to leave. Please refrain from leaving until the questioning is over. We're not going far, or, well, we just want to talk to Inspector Mamba. To the inspector. We're acquainted with him. We've assisted him in an investigation before. Please wait one moment. The officer pulls out a transceiver and exchanges a few words. Eventually, the inspector seems to have confirmed their story as the officer puts away the transceiver and softens his expression. The inspector gave his permission, so allow me to escort you to the hollow. The inspector is currently checking the scene where the body was discovered. Understood. Thank you. The officer escorted them partially to monitor them as the two made way to the hollow. Hey, you two. Didn't expect to run into you on another crime scene. I feel the same way, but we do feel safer with you here, Inspector Mamba. Glad to hear it. So, you said you wanted to speak to me? Yes, actually. We had a camera rolling during the entire party. It should help with establishing alibis for everyone in the parlor. Oh, really? That's a huge help. If you could supply that data now. Not so fast. We have a condition. Condition? What exactly? It's simple, really. Earlier, when you explained the cause of death, you said it was suffocation. Could you explain why you said that? Why I said it? Well, I think it's clear. When we found the body last night, I saw rope marks on the victim's neck. The cause of death should be strangulation, right? Well, you two are still suspects, so I probably shouldn't be speaking to you about this. We're willing to share important footage data. This should prove we're on your side, Mamba. Yes, we did crack a case together. Alright then. Yes, there were definitely rope marks, but the autopsy report posits they were inflicted on the victim post-mortem. Post-mortem? Correct. We found some rope that was likely used in the process lying nearby. Its thickness matches the marks, so there's no doubting it. In other words, the victim was suffocated in some manner and then propped up to make it seem like they were strangled. Which means they left the rope here to mask the murder method. In other words, there's a chance the crime wasn't committed here. Yes. However, that's the hard part. No one left the estate until you went out to search for it. If nothing else, no one went outside since the party started and until you all went out to search for it. Well, please say that for sure. The estate is contracted with a security company. When the doors leading outside open, it leaves a record, and there's no records for last night. Of course, the security cameras also confirm that no one left. It's impossible for someone to commit the murder indoors and then carry the body out here. Even if this is the crime scene, how did the victim even get here? It's like she teleported. I can't deny that thought crossed my mind. I'd actually like to ask you two, when you went out to look for Miss Kana, was it possible for someone to carry the corpse over somehow? No, it's impossible. We went outside together, so we'd have noticed if someone did that. Yeah. No one was carrying anything but a flashlight, which just leaves the possibility of some secret path. There's definitely some strange tricks to the interior of the estate. Maybe there's a passage leading outside. If they were so cautious of a burglary that they hired a security company, not telling them about the passage strikes me as pretty careless. It would come across as weird. You would expect a passage leading outside. Now then, I should be getting back to the investigation. Is that all you wanted to ask? Yes, that should be everything. We're sorry for taking your time. We'll leave the footage data with the officers. Yes, please do. Riho and Manabe part ways with Manba and return to the estate. Entering the parlor, they find Kono wiping a table with an exhausted expression. So how did it come to this? Have you known Miss Kana long, Kono? She's been supportive while my cooking for a long time. And when I opened my business, she offered financial aid. Yes, your cooking yesterday was quite delicious. Miss Kana had first-rate taste in cuisine as well. Yes. I'm sorry, but can I ask what became of that financial aid she gave you? The police just asked me about the same thing. Thankfully, my business is doing quite well, and I've long since repaid the money she lent me. Understood. I'm sorry, that was a rude thing to ask. It looks like he doesn't have any motive for killing Miss Kana. They arrive in Shiho Tomizawa's room. Riho finds her sitting in the room, sitting in deep contemplation. You need something? Oh, I just wanted to ask you for your thoughts about Miss Kana's death. It saddens me. We were always close. I felt that I often took care of that one as she grew into an author. I see. Except because Kana's property goes to Soichi. I hear they have no other relatives. And I'm sorry about what happened at the parlor earlier. I said things that made everyone anxious and agitated. I don't know what came over me. Not at all. Everyone was on edge as it was, for good reason. Yes, that's quite right. I was quite confused and angry as well. It's all clear now after I've taken some quiet time to think things over. What do you mean? Soichi did it. None of these people in the party had the time to go to the Hollow and kill Kana. It's impossible to kill Kana and carry her over to the Hollow. A round trip to the Hollow where we found the body would take 40 minutes, and none of the people in the party were gone for that long. I guess that's a mystery author for you, so she noticed that too. Yes, the footage I took proves that. Right? In other words, everyone that were in the party have an alibi. And Soichi had the inheritance matter as a motive, and no alibi since he wasn't in the party with us. No one but him could have killed Kana. But that's not enough to say Soichi is the killer for sure. What? Are you siding with him? He has the inheritance as a motive and no alibi for the crime. No, that's just circumstantial evidence. You can't just pin the blame on Soichi with that. That'd be awful. I see. Then let me tell you this then. I have one more proof that he's the killer. Proof? When we gathered in the parlor after we found Kana's body, I saw it. There was something that looked like red blood on his sleeves. Blood? Yes. It must have splattered on him when he killed Kana. Or it's paint, he is an artist. Yeah, he tried to hide it, but I happened to see it when he was heading back to his room. And I grabbed his arm and asked him what the meaning of that was. He just shook off my hand and ran off. I went after him, but he shut himself off in his room and is still refusing to leave. See, it's like he admitted to being the killer. Blood, huh? Kana was choked to death, but there were bloody scratch marks on her throat. If Soichi really is the killer, it makes sense that his sleeves would be dirty with blood, but... What? Sorry. Riho finds Izono pacing nervously in his room. Yes? Oh.
エゾノさんはカナ先生の死について何かご存知のことがあるかと思って。
Oh, my tea. I need to move, babe. Eat my tea over there. It's gone cold. And I'm hungry. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything about Miss Kana's passing. Do I know something? Well, I know my upcoming publishing schedule is ruined. What about the book? My schedule is a mess as it is. I need to hold an emergency meeting as soon as I get back. How do I break the news? Who even did this? We have to clarify that, or we won't be able to leave. Calm down. Be quiet. Just get out. But, Riho, there's no point right now. Let's just go. Riho follows Manabe's advice and leaves the room. Let's go to Soichi's room. This is Soichi's room. The door is locked and there's no reply when they knock. Soichi, we need to talk to you about last night. Maybe he's pretending to be out. After the whole incident happened, the police forbid everyone from leaving the Capricious Hall after all. Soichi, please let us talk to you. Riho calls him a few more times, but no response comes. Guess he's a bona fide shut-in. Well, he can't refuse the questioning, and pretending he's out won't work with the police. Yeah, well, for now let's leave him to the police, I guess. Let's go back to the reception room. Let's see if we can talk to Hinako for now. Hiroko. Riho finds Hiroko in the reception room. She's gazing out the window, looking the same as she was before. I should probably leave her alone right now. Riho closes the door silently without entering the room. Let's go back to our room. Ouch! Riho returns to her room and upon raising her arm realizes her shoulders are stiff to the point of hurting. This much because of how nervous we were since yesterday. With that in mind, Riho stretches her body, finding not just her shoulders, but just about all of her muscles feeling stiff. Oh wow, this is bad. Riho decides to stretch for a while with Manabe, so as to ease their muscles. Now what do I do? I'm looking. It's Jax. No, it's Catnap. Oh, Catnap.
Kanap also has an open mouth. Kanap also has an open mouth. Not only Jack's that technically can't close his mouth. Plus, I'm not part of that tandem anymore.
Okay.
Wait, do you know how long that took to make?
No?
Very long.
Okay. They head for the entrance where they find an officer standing guard. We can't bother the inspector any more than we already have. I can't talk to him. Parlor. As Connor sits absent-mindedly and alone in the parlor, Riho speaks to him. Right, there's something I wanted to ask you, Connor. Me? What is it? Oh, nothing major. Remember how Miss Kana appeared on stage yesterday? It's about that. Did you help her by using your trolley, Kana? Oh, you mean that? I'm surprised you figured that out. Miss Kana said she wanted to throw a little surprise, and I agreed to help. So that's what happened. Seeing our theory was correct is a relief. But I'm impressed. I thought Miss Tomizawa was the only one who cracked the secret of that trick. Thought it was just natural since she was a mystery author too. But it's truly impressive to see young ladies like you figure it out too. It's, you know, all in a day's work. This little quirk's just a bit of a clerk. Anyway, so you figured it out. In that case, can you solve the trick behind Miss Kana's disappearance? Trick behind her disappearance? You mean how we found her body in the hollow? No, not that. I mean before that, the way she disappeared from the parlor during the party. What do you... Around the time Miss Kana disappeared, I was looking at the entrance to the parlor the whole time. So I can swear it on my name when I say that Miss Kana did not pass through the exit, and yet she somehow disappeared. She wasn't seen leaving the parlor. So you're saying Miss Kana disappeared from the parlor despite not going through the exit? Exactly. Assuming I wasn't so intoxicated I missed her. I get it. Riho looks around the parlor. It was decorated from the walls and up to the ceiling. There is nothing that looked like it might hide an exit. There's a window, but it's set pretty high up from the ground. Going through there is going to be hard. There might be some trick here, like the revolving door in our guest room. By the way, Riho, I think when we checked yesterday's footage, Miss Kana really did disappear at some point. Though I wasn't all that focused on it at the time. Seriously? Can't say for sure. Alright, let's check the footage again. Yes, let's do that. The two hurriedly make to leave the parlor, hurrying back to their room to check the footage. Huh? 3? You should have 4. I bought you 4. There's 4 there in the fridge. I bought 4 of yogurts, and they're for after school club. And they're for after school club, okay? Monkey, you've only got 4 and you have 4 days this week. My shoulders are really stiff. My neck is really stiff. Everything's really stiff. Riho and Manabe return to their room and check the party's footage again. You got a week and a half left. Sorry, baby. My arm's getting sore. Ow! So Kana disappeared at around 9:30 or so. I'll fast forward to that time. Manabe moved to the Seek bar, fast forwarding the footage up to slightly before Kana disappeared. Here, there's Kana right before she disappeared. It looks like she's making sure no one's looking in her direction. She is, though now she's out of the frame. Doesn't look like she's heading for the exit. And that's it. This is where Kana disappears from the parlor. Which means... That means... maybe there was another exit? Suppose this room has a secret door and the elevator from the first day. This house has a lot of secret tricks to it. Between this room's secret door and the elevator Miss Kana showed us on our first day here, this house has a lot of strange tricks. What'd you like to eat, Bella? Got spaghetti hoops, bolognese, sandwich. Jam, Marmite, peanut butter. She prepared such a surprise just to make her entrance to the party. It wouldn't put it past Miss Kana to set up gimmicks like this in her house. We really didn't notice. I just thought she left normally. Common sense is our blind spot, I suppose. This could be our key for solving the case. Right. Chances are the culprit knew about this. If they didn't, how could they find Kana after she disappeared? Anyway, let's try to figure out the trick behind this gimmick. Roger that. Having finished their investigation, Riho and Manabe returned to their room. Let's take a shower, wash off all the sweat, and try to figure this thing out one more time. Say, what do you think about Miss Kana's death? Well, I'm sad, of course. I would have loved to have read more of her novels. And I would have loved for her to act in an adaptation of her books, and then show it to Miss Kana. Manabe closes her eyes quietly, but then opens them again as if having come to a conclusion. I can't believe some passing-by murderer did this. It's only natural to assume someone who was in the Capricious Hall yesterday did this. And that means that, like Tomizawa said, the most suspicious person is Soichi. He has no alibi and does have a motive. And there was the matter of the blood on his arm. We have to talk to Soichi somehow and ask him about it. You're right. But how do we get into this room? Don't you feel like we still don't know too many things? About this estate and Soichi, I think we need to investigate this a little more deeply. Remember what Kono said? He doesn't recall seeing her leave the parlor. That might be related to how Kana was carried to the hollow. True. There's still a lot of questions floating around this incident. Answering them one by one might be our key to solving this mystery. Yeah, let's investigate how Kana left the party again. There should be a clue somewhere in the parlor. You're right. Let's head for the parlor. Be right back right there, guys. Agree. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to go get some food. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, totally. Okay, back we are. They were likely in the middle of questioning Connor because when Riho and Manabe arrived at the parlor, they find it silent and empty. Now then, since there's no sign of Connor leaving through the exit, there should be another way out of this room somewhere around here. Judging by the small room trick we saw in our room, this isn't going to be simple to solve. Yeah, time to use the old noggin. That window, it might reach it. I might reach it if you let me ride on your shoulders. But I won't. You gained weight again. Did not. But it's not realistic to think she got out this way. Someone would notice.
誰か気づくでしょうし。奈落があったりするかもしれないと思ったけど。
I thought there might be a backstage basement somewhere.
さすがにないみたい
There
ね。
isn't anything though.
小さな普通の
It's
ス
just
テ
a
ージだね。
normal, small stage.
奈落があったりさすが。
At the very end of the right-hand side of the hall is an open door leading to a small room.
ここは
This is
クロ
a
ークルーム？
cloakroom?
そうみたいね。
Looks like it.
それにしては
But it's
小
a bit
さそうだけど。
Cloakroom was a space for storing clothes. It was likely built along with the stage to be used by whoever's performing on it. Peeking into the open door, Riho finds it doesn't seem to lead to a staircase or anything of the sort. I guess you wouldn't usually put an emergency staircase in a cloakroom. I think we need to look at that again. I should check inside anyway, just to be on the safe side. The two step through the door and go inside. Upon putting the curtain open, they find nothing but a hanger, hanging at the height of one's head.
そういえば昨晩は誰もこ
Nobody's
こ
used this
使って
place
なかっ
last
た
night,
ね。
right? Well, it's summer, and it was a casual party, so nobody came with cloaks or a coat.
そりゃそうか。でも
Makes sense, but the cloakroom is extremely cramped. So much so that it felt narrow with the two of them inside it. Cramped space, empty hanger, and it's totally dark with no light. The situation gave her an odd sense of deja vu. Felt like she'd been somewhere like this before. Where was it
ど
again?
こかでどうかしたの？
What's wrong?
なんか思い出せそうなんだけど。
I feel like I'm gonna remember something, but it just won't come out.
そういう時は目を閉じて深
At
呼吸
times
して
like this, close your eyes
前
and
後
take
状
a deep
況から
breath
見返していくと
by
思い
thinking
出せる
back
こ
on
とが
what
あるみたい
happened last time.
なるほど。やってみる。
Right, let me try. Careful with that glass, okay? The glass is thin. Where are you going with that? Rio closes her eyes and sharpened her senses, keen to track back the thread of that memory. I pass through a cramped place, then bump into something soft, and then...
ねえ、そこでやら
Hey,
れる
if you
と
do it there, I
私
can't get out.
ああ、ごめん。
Alright, sorry. Rio moves aside with her eyes closed, and then she feels her shoulder bump against something.
なんだ
What
ろう。
was that?
ちょっとハンガー当たった
Just
だ
bumped
けよ。
against the coat hanger.
ああ、ハンガーね。
Hang on.
ハンガー？
Wait, the hanger? Rio's eyes open with surprise. Was this what I bumped on back
リ
then?
ホ？どうしたの？
What's wrong?
だとしたら、
If it is... Rio pushes past Manabe and heads for the back wall, and then rolls up the velvet furnishings it has hard as she could. And beneath it, she reveals what is clearly an elevator door.
やった大正
I did it! I found it!
解これは、
This is...
真鍋、初めてここに来た時のことを覚えてる？か
真鍋
な先生に奇想館を案内してもらっ
Do
た
you
よね
remember the first time we were here? Miss Kana was showing us around the Capricious Hall.
そうだけど、
Right, but...
思
Oh,
い出した
do you remember she
目
blindfolded
隠
us
し
and
されながら
took
3
us
階
to
に
the
連れ
third
て行って
floor?
もらったよね。あの時目隠しして
I
た
was
けど
blindfolded back then, but I heard myself bumping into something, and it sounded exactly like this coat hanger. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Your intuition is surprisingly sharp in the most useless ways. But if there's an elevator here, this might have been how Miss Kana left the party. Right. She probably snuck in here when no one was looking and used the elevator. Yeah. But where did she go? That's what we need to check. The two squat as they cross through the lower door and quickly enter the elevator. What's wrong, Rio? One of the elevator's buttons says B. What do you think it means? From top to bottom, the elevator buttons say 3, 1, and B. Judging from how they're positioned, it probably means basement. So there's a basement. We need to check this out. I'm curious about the third floor, but we should probably check the basement first. We were never down there. We might discover something new. Right. We can go to the third floor later. After operating the elevator's panel, they easily reach the basement level. They find themselves in a cold space. They see no windows, though that was to be expected since they're underground. It's a good thing there are lights on, but this place is creepy. Anyway, there are a few rooms here. Let's check them out. Laboratory? Soichi's atelier. They find a room with a plate that said vacuum laboratory on the door. Vacuum laboratory? I think you can drain all the air from this room. Ah. Isn't that like dangerous? Very. If you create a vacuum in the room while someone's inside, they'll definitely die. When there's a vacuum, you can't open the door from the outside because of the air pressure. That's crazy dangerous. Why is there this kind of room here? I don't know. Maybe she experimented with it for a trick she used in one of her novels. Making a whole room just for that, that's pretty excessive. The room falls silent again and the vacuum equipment doesn't seem to be operating. Still, the two of them look inside timidly. Rooms like this usually have an emergency stop button. There, see? It has one. Next to the door is a red button with the text emergency stop written next to it. You're right, huh? What? This switch looks broken. Rio tries to push the button a few times, but it doesn't budge. Looks like the button's broken because someone applied force to it in the wrong direction. A vacuum laboratory with an emergency stop button that doesn't work. If anything were to happen inside, there'd be no stopping it. And you wouldn't know this button's out of order until you touched it. Hey, do you think maybe Miss Kana? It's possible she suffocated to death in there. Yes. You probably shouldn't touch anything else. The police will want to investigate this place later. Right. The two naturally tiptoe out, leaving the room silently. Upon opening the door, Rio and Manabe are greeted by the sight of bookshelves packed with books. Look at all these books. This is probably Miss Kana's reference room. Oh, there's a pneumatic system set up here too. Right, so she sent materials to her studies from here. There's an intercom next to it, so she probably used it to specify what materials she wanted sent up. Well, that's convenient. But I get the feeling that she didn't really need to set something like this up. That's just Miss Kana's playful nature. Well, can't judge a person for having a hobby, I guess. As they enter the room, the countless portraits lining the walls draw their attention. Wow, so many pretty paintings. This must be a studio. There's a lot of used paint, spray, ink, chisels, and palettes. All very well maintained. Someone's definitely been using this room recently. There are painting materials scattered across the walls and floor. It's clear someone is in the process of drawing something here. Riho looks at the room's center. A single painting stands there, propped up on a wooden stand. Hey, look at this. This is... Drawn on the canvas is the image of a woman smiling with a building in the background. There are some blank spots on the portrait, so it's likely still in the process of being drawn. Isn't the woman in the middle here Miss Kana? That's definitely her. And the building behind her. It's still only half drawn, but... Yeah, it can't be anywhere but the Capricious Hall. You can't mistake the silhouette. The paint around the Capricious Hall is drawing is moist compared to the rest of the painting. Riho rubs that spot gently, only to have a bit of scarlet paint cling to her hand. I knew it. Someone drew this painting just recently. I don't think it was Miss Kana who drew this painting. Yeah, I can't imagine she'd draw herself at this building as the backdrop. It was probably Soichi who drew this. Miss Kana did say he was an artist, which means he knew about this elevator and could go to the basement too. Didn't imagine we'd find some place like this in the basement. I mean, all of these rooms are really weird, and we didn't find any passage leading outside. Right. Even if she snuck out of the party through here, she didn't have a way out of the estate. Right. Except we did discover the vacuum laboratory and one more big piece of information. A big piece of information? Yep. For now, let's go back. With this bit of information, we should be able to talk. What do you mean, talk? Hey, Riho. Riho doesn't answer Manabe's question, simply pulling her by the arm back to the elevator. Unlike earlier, the parlor was filled with officers. The room was filled with a frantic atmosphere. With Riho discovering the basement, they were on the verge of identifying the real crime scene. Inspector Manba stands imposingly in the center of the room, watching over the officers as if this was the most critical moment. That was not correctly written. The inspector's really into this, huh? Well, even if they know what the crime scene is, that doesn't mean they can immediately pinpoint the real killer. We don't know how the corpse was moved to the hollow yet, after all. Yeah, that's true. I feel like if we could figure that out, we'd know who the killer is.
Oh,
thanks to you two, we can identify the real murder scene. Really, we're grateful. So the crime scene really was down there in the basement, right? Yes. We checked the vacuum laboratory and found faint luminal reaction on the inner side of the door. She likely scratched at her neck while she was suffocating, leaving blood on the door from her fingers. You mean she was running out of air and tried to open the door, and then... That's how it seems, yes. That's gruesome. I knew it was a murder, but this is too awful. Dying in such a terrible way. It's too much. We're doing our best to arrest the perpetrator. That's the minimum amount of respect we can pay the victim. He's right, Manabe. We'll definitely find the killer. Let's avenge Miss Kana's death together. Right. I'm sorry. I let my feelings get the better of me. Anyway, we're doing everything we can, so we'd appreciate it if you can just tell us if you learn anything relevant. Roger, sir. Yes. Damn it. Both that manager and Soichi, two of them had to have known about the basement, but they kept quiet about it. They didn't mention it? No. Not a word when we questioned them. We didn't imagine there'd be an elevator hidden in a place like that. Well, I don't know if you can blame them that easily for that. What do you mean? Why not? I mean, the body was found in the hollow. They didn't think a place in the estate only people who lived here knew about could be related. I suppose that makes sense, but since they knew about the place, that makes the two of them very suspicious. The cloakroom, the elevator couldn't be there, could it? She could go in there in the middle of the party without anyone suspecting. Yeah, that's pretty clever. As soon as they stand in front of the reception room, they could hear people arguing. Riho realizes she's better off not going inside. She opens the door to a crack and checks what's going on inside. I keep telling you, even if you say that, I can't just do that. Yes, but try putting yourself in my shoes here. We already put in the advertising expenses for the next book. We can't just say it's not coming now, this late into the game. We can publish it as a posthumous manuscript if we do it now. Please work on it. Think of it as retouching it. Don't be unreasonable. If I change Miss Kana's style, the fans will be upset. Well, where there's a will, there's a way. You came up with the tricks for most of her works anyway, right? Hiroko came up with the tricks for Kana's novels. That's the first I've heard of that. Hiroko came up with the tricks for her books? Having thought that far ahead, Riho exclaims in realization and wheels around to face Manabe. She's concerned that a huge fan like her might be shocked at having come face to face with such a big secret about the author she likes. But Manabe's expression was as collected as ever. Manabe? I'm fine. It's not that surprising, you know. The tricks aren't that major of a part of a mystery novel's charm. The important part is how they're used and the literary style that describes them. Oh, I see. That's good then. Riho sighs in relief at Manabe's reaction and carefully closes the door. Riho arrives at Tomizawa's room and is immediately ushered in. But much to Riho's surprise, she finds another unexpected person in Tomizawa's room. Oh, hello. What are you doing here? Oh, I invited him over for tea. The police make the parlor quite noisy and I had nowhere to rest. That's when Miss Tomizawa kindly invited me over. Yeah, I see. Yes. I would assume the parlor isn't quite the mess right now. I hope the police lift this house arrest within the day. Who knows? Our identities are all confirmed, so I don't think they can keep us here indefinitely. I should hope so. I'd rather not sleep on a piece of cardboard again. Why is he sleeping on cardboard? Doesn't he have a room? How's your store doing? You run a restaurant in Tokyo, right? Yes, that should be fine. I have my dependable assistant chef I've been training, so I trust everything is fine with them. That said, this doesn't mean I can stay here for much longer. Okay, that's just exhausted. So, how's the police investigation going? Connor told me they discovered a basement. Yes, looks like it. We haven't heard of any new findings yet. But I hear they think the room the crime took place in is down there. Right, Connor? Yes, they said something like that. I only heard bits and pieces of the conversation. So that's why seeing the way they act makes Riho realize why Tomizawa invited Kono over. She or Tomizawa is likely trying to get information out of Kono about what the police were doing in the parlor. She is a mystery author after all. She can't help but stick her neck in. Not like we can judge her since we're playing detectives too. Well, it looks like my theory hit the nail on the head after all. What do you mean? Well, only Kana and those close to her knew about the basement, right? Neither of us knew about it. In which case, that makes Soichi all the more suspicious. He knew about it after all. I mean, that is true, I suppose. I don't want to rush to that conclusion yet, but I get the feeling saying that will just make things annoying. There's no sign of Ezono in the unlocked room. Leaving the room without locking up is pretty careless. But with Izono gone, there was no point in staying in the room any further. Are you kidding me? Look for evidence! Riho leaves the room quietly. Don't... Oh my god. The two of them stop in front of Soichi's room. I get the feeling we came here for no reason again. Are you sure we can speak to him? We saw the studio in the basement. I think we can manage it somehow. Oh? Leaving behind Manabe, whose expression turned quite quizzical, Riho approaches the door and speaks. Soichi, we need to speak. It's important. Please open the door. But the only reply she gets is silence. We saw your painting of Miss Kana in the basement. Ryo can hear something move silently behind the door. The one who drew, the one drawing that painting was you. Right, Soichi? Please open the door. A moment of silence and then... Come in. The door opens with a grave, heavy sound. Soichi's room is cluttered, with objects strewn all over the place. It couldn't be called a clean, hygienic place. Still, Riho assumes she shouldn't compare a guest room meant for temporary residence and a personal one. How did you know I was the one drawing it? It's of Miss Kana standing in front of the estate. I don't think Kana could have drawn it herself. So I knew the only artist in this estate who could have drawn it was you. That studio. It was a room with Miss Kana prepared for you, right? Soichi, please tell me. Miss Kana cherished you so much. Where were you when she passed away? I don't want to say. The way this is going, you're the only one without an alibi. They might decide you're the killer. Tell the truth, if only to dispel that suspicion. Looks like he won't talk, no matter what. Then I won't back down either. Were you in the studio drawing while it happened? That painting was still fresh. Paint wasn't even dry. Yesterday, you went to the studio to finish that painting, right? You probably wanted to finish your birthday present for Miss Kana on time. Tomizawa told me. She said your arm had blood on it, and she started blaming you when she saw it, right? A visible shiver ran across Soichi's face. No, that was... It's fine. I get it. What Tomizawa saw on your arm wasn't blood, right? It was actually red paint, right? That paint clung to your hand while you were painting. When you heard Miss Kana died, you ran out of the studio and forgot to wash it off. And unfortunately, Tomizawa saw it, and the fact she suspected you made you scared, and you ran. Am I wrong? Soichi remained wordless for a few more seconds before eventually deciding to part his lips. You figured out that much. If it was blood spatter, it would have been on your clothes, but Tomizawa only saw it on your arm. But it makes sense you'd roll up your sleeves while painting, and it got dirty while you were working. It happened exactly the way you described. Kana made that studio for me. I'm too antisocial, so she had it built for me so I could paint freely. So I wanted to draw her that painting as a present to show her how grateful I was. I wanted it to make her happy. A tear runs down Soichi's cheek. But But why? Why did this happen? Only thing I'm good for is drawing. I thought participating in that party would just drag her name through the mud. So that's why you shut yourself off in the studio last night. Suichi gives a short nod. Why didn't you speak up until now? If you just explained that it's paint and not blood on your arm, we'd understand. I'm bad at talking. I thought I wouldn't explain it right. I thought if you'd misunderstand anyway, I may as well. And I might have left Kana to die back then too. What do you mean? I left the studio to go to the bathroom when I saw the vacuum laboratory door was closed, and there were noises coming from inside. But the noise stopped, so I thought it was just imagined. I imagined it and walked away. If only I'd only opened the door back then, Kana might have been saved, and the thought scares me so much. Is the door to the vacuum laboratory usually closed? Yes. Its vacuum equipment is shared with the pneumatic system, so it has to stay closed at all times. I see. The pneumatic system uses the vacuum to transport things, so they share the same vacuum equipment. Yes. If that's the case, you shouldn't blame yourself. If the door's usually closed, you wouldn't notice something wrong. You really think so? I do. The only one who should be blamed here is the killer. And if you're not the killer, I can't imagine Miss Kana blaming you for it either. Really? Soichi crumbles to his knees and starts sobbing. The two leave the room, leaving him to his sorrow. Upon returning to her room, Riho stretches as she utters a complaint. It's been one thing after another since last night, and my body feels so stiff. I feel like I'm going to collapse on the bed any minute now. I feel the same way, but if I lie down now, I feel like I won't be getting back up until tomorrow. Oh, totally. We should solve this now while all the people involved are still here, or it'll take forever to solve this. Let's try again. They always say in crime dramas that the initial investigation is the most important one. You get it, don't you? Come on, let's investigate one more time. Alright. Riho slaps both of her cheeks to fire herself up and hurries out of the room. They press their ears to the door and hear that Hiroko and Izono are still arguing inside. We're better off not sticking our necks into that minefield of a situation. Riho leaves silently without touching the door. A number of police officers march hurriedly through the parlor, led by Inspector Manba. But damn it, both that manager and... Okay, so he was talking about...
それもそうか。しかし
She finds Tomizawa and Kono speaking teacups in hand. Well, it looked okay. That's. How's your store doing? Okay, so that's. I say the same thing. Can't go back there. Can't go there. Just come from Soichi's room. Let's go to Izono. Huh? There's no sign of Izono in the unlocked room living room. Okay. Let's go back to Soichi then, because that's the only place I can bloody well go.
Soichi-san.
It's Riho. Riho knocks on Soichi's door. Perhaps their earlier conversation broke down the wall he put up, because Soichi greets them meekly, albeit with swollen red eyes. Is there anything else you need from me? There's something I forgot to ask you. May I? I think the only one who knows about the basement are you and Hiroko, the manager. Is that right? I think, assuming Kana and Hiroko never told anyone else. I see. Then one more thing. On our first day here, Kana showed us the third floor. She said the view from the rooftop was lovely. Does that mean there's a way to the rooftop? I don't know. Even you don't know, Soichi? No. Kana said the way to the rooftop was a secret only she knew about and wouldn't tell me. I see. That's enough though. Just knowing that there is a way up there is good enough. That's all I wanted to ask, Soichi. Thank you. Riho hurries away from the room, leaving a perplexed Manabe behind. Manabe follows after her in a flustered manner. It really does bother me. What is it? You had your camera running when Kana drove us here on the first day, right? Of course. Visiting her house is a once-in-a-lifetime memory. Can we go back to our room and check that footage? Riho hurries out of the room, ignoring Manabe's flustered reaction. Manabe hurriedly follows after her. Upon returning to their room, Riho and Manabe use the camera's preview function to examine yesterday's footage again. Which scene do you want to see? I want to see the part where you recorded a panoramic view of the capricious hall. It would be best if you got it from a distance. Right, then how about this part? Oh, that's a great cabaret. Leave out the cabaret. What about it though? What direction is the hollow we found the body in relative to this footage? The road we took there curved, so it should be this way, with probably a side way from the driveway. I knew it. It has to be. Did you figure something out? Yeah, but I'm not sure yet. I think we'll figure everything out once we go to the rooftop, though. The rooftop? Yeah. Should be a way up to the rooftop somewhere on the third floor. Let's find it. At times like these, letting Riho do her own thing was usually the right choice. Knowing this, Manabe simply nods and leaves the room with Riho. There are 2 officers standing in the cloakroom, but there's tape to specify they weren't allowed to pass. The officers thankfully say nothing as Riho boards the elevator. Here we are. This is where Kana brought us on our first day. Right. It was 2 days ago, but it feels like such a long time ago. Anyway, if there's a way up to the rooftop, it has to be on this floor. Let's try to find it. I feel like the bathroom, maybe.
Wouldn't it be funny if she isn't really dead?
And this is all a big murder mystery. Riho and Manabe check the bathroom. The air tub is filled with water as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Whenever I look at these bathrooms, it always looks so impressive. Love to take a bath in a place like this with this kind of view. Well, if you become a famous actress, you might get to live in a big mansion like this one. Sounds pretty far away. Check again. Riho and Manabe check the bathroom. The air tub is okay. Okay, let's check Kana's room. I don't think we checked Kana's room last time. Riho finds what looks to be Kana's room and reaches for the doorknob. The knob only rattles and the door shows no sign of opening. Looks like it's locked. Figured the passage to the rooftop might be in Miss Kana's room. Well, we can't force our way in. Let's give up on this room. I guess. It's Kana's study. Unlike last time when Kana was there to show them around, the room felt awfully dreary without its owner. What is she doing? The bookshelves are stacked with technical manuals. One among them sticks out, an old handwritten notebook. This notebook, it's Miss Kana's. Flipping through the pages, Riho sees schematics with memos attached to them. I think it's full of ideas for tricks. Here's the tricks for using the food trolley, the same one Kana used in the party. On the last page says, Riho's breath catches in her throat. She slaps the notebook shut and turns her gaze to Manabe. Upon confirming Manabe isn't looking at her, she stuffs the notebook in her bag. There isn't anything else in particular that stands out. Those are probably materials for writing. Sitting on the table are documents that look like they were copied off some book. What's this? Essential iron mine articles. Looks like these are some old documents that were copied in the National Diet Library. There's a summary sheet here. Let's see. Kana Yago is said to be a patron god of iron manufacturing, an unusual god with a fondness for corpses. It is said that by decorating its Tatara furnace with corpses, it produces high-quality iron. It looks like Miss Kana wrote this memo, but it's a bit different from what she told us at the party. Yeah, the nuance is a bit different from seeing out sacrifices, and it says nothing about it roaming the mountains for new ones. And since it's a god for iron manufacturing, it shouldn't have anything to do with the Iwami silver mine. I suppose she dramatized the story to make it more of an exciting horror story for the party. Looks like it. She went as far as to make that entrance, so I can imagine her being this devoted to keeping us entertained. A great number of documents piled up on the desk, but despite that, it's a fairly organized office space. I guess Miss Kana wasn't one to scatter things around. Riho and Manabe peer at Kana's PC. The monitor is dark, but it's probably in sleep mode. With a few strokes of the keyboard, the screen comes alive. Looks like it's not password protected. Guess she figured outsiders wouldn't find this room, so she didn't care much for security. Forget that, Riho. This file might be... Wait, is this Miss Kana's newest work? Looks like it. Can I read it? Manabe clearly forgot they were investigating and shifted back to being just a fan of Kana's. Riho cracked a forced smile and agrees. Yeah, let's read it. It might hide some hint. Right! This is for solving the case. We've got no choice. The two spent some time reading through the file containing Kana's newest work. Kana had seemingly only written the intro because the file was only 10 pages long. This is... It's unfinished. But it looks like the protagonist is plotting to become successful by murdering to sacrifice someone to Kanayago. So Kana used the party to introduce her next work concept. Looks like it. She probably casually mentioned the concept to gauge our reactions. Could be, but between that ghost story and the tricks in the capricious hall, Miss Kana really was an entertainer at heart. Of course she was. That's what made her such a successful first-rate author. Yeah, I can see why you became a fan of hers. Maybe I should pick up her novels sometime too. Really? Then once you finish reading, we can stay up all night talking about how great her work is. I think I'll pass on the all-nighter. Standing in front of the PC monitor, Riho is greeted by a large number of email notifications. What's a best-selling author for you? She's getting so many emails. There's nothing there relating to this case, of course, and Riho knew better than to read someone else's mail. Riho walks away from the PC without touching the emails. This is the manager's room. If she lives here, maybe Hiroko knows how to get to the rooftop too. Of course, they can't go into a room that belongs to someone who's still alive. The two close the door without touching anything in the room. These two prudes, honestly.
We're getting breakfast starter choice.
Be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. So we've gone through the bathroom, we've gone through Kana's room, the library again. Let's try the library again. I don't know how to get out of here. Kana study. Unlike last time when Kana was there, blah blah blah. See if we can find any more. Isn't there anything else? Other than the documents, there are only normal writing implements on the table. There's nothing else out of the ordinary here. As Ryo says this, she peeks below the table and lets out an erratic screech. What the heck? There's some weird tanks down there. Looks like a plastic tank. What is it doing under the table? Beneath the table were two large plastic tanks. They were closed with large lids. Their transparent flanks showed the tanks were full of some kind of liquid. The label says dichloromethane. Somehow I don't think those shoes suit him.
No.
He should be wearing combat boots.
Nikes.
The label says dichloromethane. Dichloromethane? Dichloromethane is a type of colorless chemical with an acute smell that's usually used as a solvent. So much of it. What was she planning on using it for? Maybe to investigate for some trick? There's still quite a lot of it. The two stood there, lost in thought for a few moments, but eventually came up with nothing and decided to leave the tanks as they were. Great number of dog pound leaders, but despite its fairly organized office space, I guess Miss Kana wasn't one to scatter things around. Standing in front of the PC monitor, Ryo was greeted by a large number of email notifications.
Oh.
Be right back. Sorry, I'm back again. Let's go back to the manager's room, see if we've missed
It's a war
anything.
game. So what if? Using our current systems.
So they still can't go into a room without her permission. I think we've managed to go back to Kana's room, see if anything's changed. Ryo tries to enter Kana's room, but the doorknob doesn't budge. I guess I can't check this room. So how do I get out? Like the last time they saw the bathroom, they find the tub is filled with clean water. Couldn't find any way up to the rooftop in any of the other rooms, so it has to be here. Here? You mean the bathroom? In other words, this is Miss Kana's private space, I guess. Don't you think it's a perfect place for Miss Kana to hide a secret passageway only she knew about? When you put it like that, I guess it does. So let's check this place out a bit more thoroughly. Bathtub water isn't hot, it's cold water. This tub's a circulating model, so I think you just need to flip a switch before you get in that heats the water up. But is there even a point to having cold water in there all the time? I don't know. Probably looks like a waste to us since we're commoners. Pain of being the petty bourgeois, huh? Tub is full of water. Seems to be a circulatory system as the water is clear without any impurities. Just make sure I've got everything. Riho reaches for the relief set on top of the pillar. Riho couldn't easily reach it with her height, but she stands on her tippy toes and somehow manages to touch it. Is this? What? There's an odd feeling or texture there, like something soft. Soft? Manabe reaches for the relief with a dubious expression. You're right, it is soft. Is this? Feels like urethane foam. Oh, right. That's what it feels like. But don't they usually make reliefs out of plaster or something similar? Oh, but I'm pretty sure Miss Kana specified that this material should be used. There's writing under the eagle here. An eagle watches over the birds sipping at the watering hole. That's what it says. What does that mean? Doesn't it just mean the eagle is protecting the birds while they drink? It's pretty on the nose, and there's no birds here. Maybe it's from some kind of poem. No idea what poem it could be referring to, though. Putting an inscription like this here feels pretty unnatural. There wasn't anywhere else in the estate that has any engravings like this. It's a pretty well-made relief, but is there a reason they had to use light materials to make it? And then there's that inscription. This pillar looks like it's made from a different material compared to the rest. Riho raises her voice upon touching the pillar under the eagle relief. Manabe also touches it, and indeed, the area around the pillar feels warm, unlike the coldness of plaster. The material feels different. You're right. Seems like it's made of some sort of light material. Wonder why. Why is only this spot different? Look at the pillar. It looks like some kind of panel. You're right. That's not the gutter. It's not positioned on the floor. What is this? This is weird. Something's off about this bathroom. There has to be some kind of secret here. Manabe parts her lips to speak, but Riho silences her with a raised hand. She then looks around the entirety of the bathroom once more. Some kind of trick to the way this place is built, which is an eagle relief made out of urethane foam, a tub that's always full of water, a pillar made out of a light material, and an eagle watches over the birds sipping at the watering hole. Birds sipping at the watering hole. I get it. Birds that drink. Drinking birds. That's right. A drinky bird. A drinky bird? Right. Haven't you seen one of those birds like toys? The kind that bob their heads up and down? This entire jacuzzi room is one huge drinky bird.
Oh.
Ghost of Yotei PlayStation. I knew about the controller.
Yeah,
but I didn't.
You showed me that one.
Yeah.
See, I don't like that. I like the black one better. To me, the gold one was a bit cheap.
But is that just a vinyl though? Or is those custom plates?
Could be either. Limited edition.
And drinky birds are built so there's a red fluid at the bottom of the device. Get it? Dichloromethane. There was some in Miss Kana's room. That's my mug, Baba. Stop doing that. I need to drink from it in a second. Right, just wait. I'll go get some. No. Manabe hurries out of the bathroom, excited by Riho's discovery, heading for Kana's room in a light jog. After a short wait, Manabe returns with one of the plastic tanks. One of them? She's got two there. From Kana's room. Ryo takes it and reaches for the panel beneath the pillar. Should be here. See? Ryo opens the panel and reveals a space just large enough to set the plastic tank inside it. She pushes the tank into that space and it clicks perfectly into place. I guess that's the right answer after all. It should be. 1 minute passes, then another. The two stand with bated breath. Wait though they might, nothing in the room seemed to change. Were we wrong? No, that can't be. Has he only used the dichloromethane? What? Are you wrong after all? Get Drinky Birds to work. You're supposed to pour water on the bird's head, so... Let's do this. Ryo scoops up water from the tub and splashes it on the eagle relief. After being doused with enough water, the relief changed color, at which point Ryo stopped. This time, it should work. The two of them gaze fixedly at the relief. Their impatience made time to grind to an irritating crawl. However, Ryo exclaimed, and as if her voice was some kind of signal, the eagle relief slowly pitches forward until its beak reaches the water in the bathtub. You did it! It worked! The Drinky Bird's tilting was likely some kind of switch, because as soon as Manabe raises her voice, a metal ladder descends from the ceiling. Alright, let's put a mark on it with some lift up tape. There. After pasting a piece of tape that says dichloromethane below the pillar, Ryo rises to her feet, and so the two of them discover the method to rise to the rooftop.
My house, bitch. Fun functions in second. Black was good, but
Ryo what we were on the last one, so I can see. Oh, we were on that one actually. Well, the last one I had was Persona vs. Silent Hill 2. Ryo climbs up the ladder and finally reaches the capricious hall rooftop. It was likely done so it wouldn't be seen from the outside, but there's no fence surrounding the wide, spacious rooftop. Oh, this is spooky. It's dangerous out here. You could fall if you're not careful. But we still have to investigate this place. Ryo approaches the edge of the rooftop with unsteady, faltering steps. She approaches a massive ventilation duct sticking out from the edge of the roof. That's a pretty big exhaust pipe. It feels like someone could crawl in there. It's probably for the pneumatic system and the vacuum laboratory you use. Must be. And the killer probably used this. Manabe turns around and Ryo points at the exhaust duct's port. There's something there that was definitely added in later. A machine part that looks like a pinwheel. There's something like a wire wrapped around it. Pinwheel with a wire wrapped around it was attached to the exhaust shaft. It's like I thought. Ryo, is this what you expected to find on the rooftop? Right.
私が想像してたより
Except
もっと工夫
it's
された気
actually
候だった
even
けど
more elaborate than I imagined.
さあ、真鍋
Right.
いよいよカナ先生の敵
It's
討ちだ
time to avenge Miss
みんなを
Kana.
パーティールーム
Let's
に
gather
集めよう
everyone in the parlor.
リホ
Look at it. Where was that?
Mum.
Why did it make it so muddy? The pulley on the rooftop and the wire marks on the tree near the hollow, the piano strings on the rooftop and the vacuum laboratory. That's the only answer that makes sense. At this moment, all the points connected to form a single line in Riho's mind. She takes a deep breath. Her mind feels endlessly clear, and the truth that felt so distant is now within arm's reach. I both love and hate how this game doesn't let you know what the character you're even playing as is thinking. Several hours later, all of the people involved with this case are gathered in the parlor. Riho spoke to Manda ahead of time, who ordered everyone to attend. Soichi showed up, albeit with a terribly uncomfortable expression. Everyone looks uniformly nervous as Riho walks to the middle of the room.
皆さんお集まりいただきありがとうござ
Hello
いました
everyone.
事件の謎はすべて解けましたので今から皆さんに聞いていただこうと思います
Thank you for gathering here. I solved this case's mystery entirely, and I would like to share my conclusions with all of you. A rustle runs through everyone. Wait, just a moment. Did you really solve this case? Means you know who the killer is, right?
ええ
Yes,
犯人も
I already figured out who the killer is, and that person
犯
is
人は水上ひろ子さん
you, Hiroko
あなたで
Mizukami.
す
Another rustle passes through the room. But as it does, Hiroko alone stepped up to Riho with an air of composure.
リホさん
Riho,
素人のあなた
I hope that when an amateur like you... Ow!
突然人を
Ooh,
殺人
pulling my nails backwards. I hope that when an amateur like you says they identified the killer in front of everyone like this, it's because you have good reason to.
ええ
Yes.
そう思っていただいて結構
You can definitely assume that.
それでは聞くけど
Then let's hear it.
私には
I have an
カナ
alibi.
先生の死亡
I was at the
推定
party
時刻
during Kana's
パーティー
estimated
会
time
場
of
にいた
death.
というアリバイがある
Everyone
わ
present here can attest to
こ
that.
こにいる人たちも証言してくれるはずなのにどうやって
In which case,
マブまで行って
how did
彼女を
I go to
殺
the
害する
hollow
と
and kill her?
簡単な話です
That's simple.
殺
The
害
hollow
現場は
wasn't the crime
マ
scene.
ブではなかったということです
マブではなかった
It wasn't.
ええ
That's
その
right.
痕跡がある部屋に
There's
残され
traces
て
of
ました
that here in their
つま
state.
り
In other words, the vacuum laboratory in the basement. Vacuum laboratory? There was something like that in this estate? There's an emergency stop button inside the laboratory in case someone gets trapped inside. But someone broke it. In other words, Miss Kana was shut in that room and forced to suffocate to death.
待って
Just because someone broke the button doesn't mean it was necessarily
そこで殺害され
murder.
たとは
Luminol reactions were discovered in that room. Miss Kana scratched at her own throat out of suffocation, resulting in traces of blood.
そう
Really?
ルミノール反応まで
If the
出たんな
police
ら
found luminol reactions in the
その可
room,
能性
then
に
the
ついて
possibility is
検討の
worth
余地
examining.
はあるわね
Someone called Miss Kana to the vacuum laboratory, closed the door and activated the vacuum device. All they had to do next was wait for the vacuum to form, so they only had to spend time on getting to the room and pressing the switch. In other words, all they'd need is a short amount of time out of the party.
そこまでは分かった
I understand so far, but do you have proof Miss Kana went to the room
そ
that
の部屋に
night?
行った証拠はあるのかしら
The button could have been broken for a long time now, and the bloodstains that made the luminol react could be just as old. No, I have proof that Kana left the parlor and went to the basement that day. Proof, huh? What proof exactly? Miss Kana didn't leave the party through the entrance. Kono can attest to that, and we have footage of a fixed spot in the party that proves it too. But she still left the party somehow, which means she had to have used the elevator hidden in the cloakroom. Oh, I see. So you had footage. The killer probably came up with a reason to have Miss Kana meet them in the vacuum laboratory and followed her after her. They then trapped Kana in the room, switched on the vacuum device, and left her to suffocate to death. Wait just a moment. I understand that there's a good chance she went there, but in actuality, we found the corpse in the hollow. Doesn't that mean you can't establish the laboratory as the scene of the murder? You can't say for sure the blood marks that caused the luminol reactions weren't there before the murder. It's simple. That night, the culprit that killed Kana in the middle of the party carried her to the hollow after the party ended. Hiroko's eyes widened at Ryo's words, but she soon started chuckling as if what she'd just heard was simply too outrageous to be true. And here I was wondering what you'd come up with. I guess that's as far as your fake detective work will take you, to think you were trying to pass off this whole written fabrication as the truth. See, everyone's as shocked as I am. True to Hiroko's words, everyone else who had watched over the exchange with their breaths held so far regards Riho as with disappointment. Riho didn't pay it any heed though, and carries on with her words. I'll say it one more time. After the party ended, the killer secretly carried the corpse to the hollow. Since you're sticking to that story, I suppose I have to say that even if it might end up embarrassing you. Okay. No one left the estate ever since the party ended and until we went out to look for Kana. We already checked the security company's records and the camera footage. Isn't that right, Inspector? Hiroko turns to Manba for approval, who nods with an expressionless face. With that confirmed, Hiroko faces Riho with a smile on her lips. See, the inspector says so too. Or are you going to say there's some secret passageway? Try putting that in a mystery novel. The readers will complain to no end. No, of course there's no secret passageway. The killer used a certain trick to carry the body away. And that trick is... the rooftop exhaust nozzle that had a pinwheel-shaped part attached to it. Huh? Hiroko can't help but suppress an exclamation of surprise, and the way she did serves as definite proof for everyone else present, even if they didn't quite understand what Rihu was getting at. There is a significant difference in elevation between the capricious hall and the hollow we discovered the corpse in. The killer took advantage of that. They had piano strings serve as a rope wire, employing a pulley to move the corpse to the hollow. They then pretended to look for Miss Kana with the rest of us, all the while pushing the corpse to the hollow along a side road, and then screamed. As a result, they moved the corpse to the hollow without leaving the estate. In other words, the only one who could do it was the first person who discovered the corpse. You, Hiroko. Everyone else stirs once again. Their gazes then turn cold. But even so, Hiroko still tries to offer a final bit of resistance. Wait, if that's true, the piano strings would have stayed at the scene, wouldn't they? It doesn't matter how you cut them. Some string would stay if the strings were drawn all the way to the estate. Police would have found them. That's what the pinwheel set in the exhaust duct was there for. It reeled back the string, collecting it. Piano strings were tied to the other end, after all. There were signs that the trees in the crime scene were chafed by something. So one end of the strings was tied in the hollow, and the other was on the Capricious Hall's rooftop, at the pinwheel in the exhaust duct. All they had to do was cut the strings in the hollow. The device's exhaust would then spin the pinwheel, automatically reeling the strings back. Hiroko, just give up already. You thought no one could get into the rooftop and planned to quietly collect everything from the rooftop once the police were gone. But when we figured out how to get to the rooftop, you'd have already lost. Yes, so it seems. But I don't get it. Why would you kill Miss Kana? You were such good friends. I told you a bit about it, right? I knew her ever since literature club in high school. We would think up tricks, write novels. But at some point, our positions changed. At some point, I just became Kana's assistant, but I always thought I'd come up with some great trick and surprise Kana. And then I did. Kana consulted me about tricks for this house, and I came up with something. And when I did, I wanted to put it to use, and I wanted to surprise Kana with it, first and foremost. That was why. That was your reason? But no. Maybe I was just jealous of Kana the whole time. We started at the same place, but at some point I was left behind in the shade, and that frustrated me. And I always had a grudge against her, ever since. A silence settles over the large parlor. A single tear streaks down Hiroko's cheek. If this was a mystery novel, this would be the last scene. After all, there is a detective right around the corner. I only... Yoga. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm back. I only figured out this trick because there was evidence left behind in the hollow in the rooftop. I think this trick's flaw is that it's hard to get rid of the tools you use for it. With such a large machine on the roof, getting rid of the tools without anyone noticing is difficult. But only people who know about the trick in the bathroom can go to the rooftop. But put another way, if someone were to find proof on the rooftop, they'd only know those who know how to get there could be the killer. And since the killer wouldn't assume anyone would get up there, they'd carelessly leave fingerprints on the tools. Right. That's exactly right. When I came up with the trick, I was absolutely positively sure no one knew. But it turns out I failed. Actually, I wasn't the only one who knew about this trick. Rio took out a notebook. It was the one she took out of Kana's room earlier. That's a trick notebook. It's an idea notebook Miss Kana wrote when she was still alive. Read it. This is... Kana and I thought of this one in high school. Can't believe it, she actually kept it written down. Like it's important. Hiroko reads it fixedly, taking in every single page, and her hands stop upon reaching the final page. The trick on that final page. It's... Yes, I think Miss Kana thought of this one on her own. And don't you think it's very similar to this trick? A method to carry a body over distance without leaving the building. Creating a line from the roof using rope to carry a corpse. This is... Right. The actual tools and the murder method aren't written here, but overall it's almost identical. And at the end of this page, there's a comment from Miss Kana. To perform this, one must create a situation where no one enters the rooftop. It's because all the proof would be there, making it easy to deduce the trick. She knew everything about this trick I came up with. Everything down to its flaws. More tears roll down Hiroko's cheeks. They flow unabated, forming smudges on the notebook, and eventually... Hiroko raises her voice in what can only be described as a howl. Manba gently taps her on the shoulder, patiently waiting for her to get to her feet. Riho and Manabe leave the capricious hall behind, looking up at it one last time. The building strikes them as somehow extremely desolate. In the end, what was that howl we heard during the night of the murder? Oh, that time when I told you it was Kanayago? And you got scared? Stop editing your memories like that. You were the one who got scared. Anyway, I think that I know what it was now. That growling sound was the sound of the vacuum device operating. It was? Yeah. I thought it was the wind, but when we went out to look for Miss Kana, the air was calm and silent. In other words, we could only hear it inside the estate. So that's what it was. Miss Kana probably would have been sad to leave a novel half finished. If I was in that position, I'd like to leave a work behind. Stop that. That's ominous. It's, just a thought. Stop thinking about when you'll die. You're going to be a great actress that'll stay in the spotlight until you're at least 80 years old. Wow, that sounds bothersome in its own way. Manabe, I'll become a great actress, good enough to make you admit how great I am. So please, stay by my side and support me until then. Riho jestingly bows her head. Manabe watches over it warmly and bows her head in the same manner. Yes, let's stay partners in the future too. Two of them raise their heads, exchange gazes, and then look away awkwardly at the same time. Now then, star actress, how about one last line to pull the curtains on this? Again, a great actress wouldn't complain there. Ugh, fine. And so we put the capricious hall behind us. But we were unaware of the next case that awaited us. What was that throw? It's like, to be continued next week. A serene breeze blows. It catches Riho's words and laughter, carrying them with it somewhere to the distance. Aspiring actress. Enjoy that while I be right back. Guys, I'm going to call that here tonight. I'll pick this up again tomorrow morning. So, Yagumo Part 3.
You want me back
What do you mean back in a little bit?
You can't play games and stream that.
Oh yeah, I might stream a little bit something else later, but for this game I'm going to turn off. I can't make any promises. I might come back tomorrow morning. I might come back a little bit later. For now I'm going to take a little bit of a break as well.
Your husband is needy.
Yes, my husband's being very needy at the moment and he wants some attention.
Okay.
Yes, you are. You're so cool there. How come?
I don't know. I'm really cool.
You are, and this one's so warm. Like, weird. Anyway, so join me a little bit later if we find something nice and co-op to play, or we'll see. I'm again not promising anything, but I'll definitely pick this game up again tomorrow morning, and we'll start from Yagumo's story part 3. I don't think Riho has any more story in hers. I think that was it. But those 2 parts apparently quite important for the parts following on from at least chapter 4, part 4. I think we've still got 3 more parts to do. I'm not sure if it's 5 parts or 6 parts, but from here on out it's just going to be Yagumo, as far as I know. Right, so I'll see you guys later maybe, or tomorrow. Have a good one for now.